Welcome to Calling All Growers. I'm your host, Liz Grow, and I'm so excited about tonight's show. As you know, growers are the superstars of the cannabis industry. There's nothing more valuable than one-on-one time with a grower. And that's what we aim to provide here tonight at Calling All Growers. You're going to hear from experts in craft cannabis, commercial cannabis, and plant health tonight. And I'm so excited to introduce you to our first guest that I'm just going to jump right in. He's already here. You can see him, Ryan Douglas of Douglas Farms. He has been a master cultivator since 2013. Okay, do the math. All right. This gentleman has very deep expertise in the field of cannabis cultivation. And I'm kind of fangirling out a little bit. So without further ado, Ryan, welcome to Calling All Growers. Thank you for being here.
No, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So let's, with the deep credentials that you have in the field, let's just dive right in. Okay.
Sure.
What do you wish you knew when you first started growing?
Personally or on a commercial scale?
Personally.
So I've been a closet cultivator for about 25 years. And I think what I would have liked to know when I started was the great diversity of genetics that makes up cannabis. And so, you know, when you hear about a variety that wins a cannabis cup, or you read about a certain variety in the magazine, you think that all you do is purchase the seed of that variety and you grow it out. But oftentimes there's such diverse genetic backgrounds in these plants that it's very likely, you know, if you plant 100 seeds, you could get 60 or 70 or 80 different plants in terms of growth characteristics or cannabinoid content or flower size. And so, kind of being naive, I assumed that plant won the cannabis cup with that level of THC. And if I just buy one seed and plant it, it's going to come out exactly like that. And of course, that's seldom the case.
Wow. Yeah. You know, Mother Nature is the best teacher. Well, that's fantastic. A really great tip, I think, for those home growers out there who are watching. But as you know, Ryan, we are talking to all growers, not just home growers. So if you don't mind, would you regale us with your resume and your credentials, please, sir?
Yeah, of course. So in a nutshell, I'm a cultivation consultant, I'm an author, I'm a speaker, but more important than all of that, I'm a grower. So I've been involved in commercial plant production for 25 years. So the last 10 in the cannabis industry. So for the last 5 years, I've worked as an independent consultant. I've worked with cannabis projects from Canada to Puerto Rico, Colombia to Australia. I spent 4 of those 5 years living in Colombia, consulting and servicing the industry in South America. Before that, I was hired to direct cultivation for one of the first licensed producers in Canada. I was a cultivation manager for one of the first dispensaries in Maine in the Northeast. But prior to even working with cannabis on a commercial scale, I was growing ornamental crops and edible crops in greenhouses across the US for 15 years. So that's really my background and training is in traditional horticulture. And I couldn't have asked for a better background to prepare me for a career in commercial cannabis production.
Absolutely. I mean, you were already there. You already had the playbook to scaling, plants, scaling and shipping plants. I mean, that's really fascinating. What did you grow?
So everything you would buy in a garden center, I grew. Okay. So that business is very seasonal. So in the fall, you're growing poinsettias for Christmas. In the winter, you're growing Easter lilies for Easter. In the early spring, you're growing hanging baskets for Mother's Day. Then you're doing a vegetable and annual transplants for the garden. And then we start the cycle all over again.
Wow. Is this a family business?
No, just an interest in horticulture in general. I went to college, but I didn't study agriculture. My last year in the university, I became interested in greenhouse production and plants and botany. So I graduated with a basic liberal arts degree, but then immediately I started working on organic farms and greenhouses and then kind of worked my way up the ladder.
Oh, wow. So this is happening in Maine?
No,
Is
this
that what you
was
went to
in
school?
New Mexico, Mississippi, Maine, and Massachusetts.
Wow. Okay. All right. So this is just how did you get to cannabis then? Why did you decide to, flip the switch to our favorite plant?
So I've been a consumer for about 25 years and a closet grower for just as long.
Mhm.
Um, but I was really passionate about the idea of making a career out of working in greenhouses and growing crops. And I just love that kind of work and I got into it. And then slowly, after about 12 or 13, 14 years, as some US states began to decriminalize cannabis or legalize the cultivation, I realized that I had this tremendous skill set. And, 80% of the philosophy and techniques and production practices we use for ornamental crops and hydroponic vegetables, a lot of that stuff applies directly to cannabis. And so I already had a wealth of knowledge from practical experience. I knew it could apply to cannabis. And then I just started kind of knocking on the doors of licensed dispensaries and asking if I could get a job in their cultivation department.
It just called to you. You just loved it and you wanted to, help scale it across the world. And, from there, getting, going from, passionate grower, knowing that you're, going to be growing in greenhouses, going from there to one of the largest cannabis companies on the planet, Canopy Growth and its subsidiary Tweed. I mean, did you ever see yourself in that position when you were working in greenhouses,
No,
loving
absolutely.
cannabis?
Absolutely not. I did not see that coming. So I accepted the job in 2012. That was pre-license, pre-business, pre-everything. I actually got a work permit from the government of Canada to come to Canada specifically to grow cannabis. And they issued me that work permit. So I just packed in my car and moved from Maine to Ottawa. And I was with the company pre-license. Once they received the license, then immediately we started hiring the cultivation team, designing the grow rooms, acquiring the genetics, developing the protocols, and really helping the company launch and expand through the first 3 years of the company's existence. So initially it was Tweed, but then shortly after it turned into what today is Canopy Growth Corporation.
Yeah. So it wasn't just because, you were a great grower. It was because you knew about the processes and what it took to scale, agriculture like this. Would you say that's why you were kind of chosen?
Right. And so I think part of the reason that I was hired was because I had a background in horticulture that could be displayed on a resume. And so if you think about it, there's plenty of excellent growers in Canada, and there always have been. When you turn it into a regulated environment, now you have folks that are doing background checks and looking at the history of the employees, not only the entity that regulates the industry, but also potential investors. And so these folks were looking for someone with horticulture skill, but actually that had a real resume that could be presented. And so I ran into that kind of interesting conundrum where I then had to start hiring growers for my team. And so, of course, you want to look for someone with experience, but people come in without a resume because they've been growing on their own forever. And they're
Right.
hesitant to talk about it or to give you references. And then you're in the position of either taking the word or maybe, if you're lucky, looking at photographs of their grow. So I understand the challenge they had, and I'm sure that was part of the reason they hired me initially.
Wow, that's really, really great point, though. For growers, certainly those growers in Texas, the Liberty Market growers, as we call them, those who wish to go legal, whether it's in Texas when we are finally legal, or if they move out, having that on their resume, having I guess commercial experience in a different plant would be helpful.
Right. But also,
Yeah,
the scene is a lot different now, 10 years later, whether we're
that's
talking
true.
about Canada or the US. It's
Mm-hmm.
common now to find growers that have commercial experience with licensed production facilities with 5 or 8, sometimes 10 years of experience on a
Mm-hmm.
resume that they can confidently be proud to circulate and show people and talk about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. But, I'm definitely coming from the perspective of, Texas, a prohibition state where we've got loads and loads of very qualified, very talented growers who don't have that, and who are leaving Texas. to practice their craft and to get that experience.
Yep.
But so, Ryan, I think what's so cool about what you're doing is that you're taking all the experience that you've garnered, since way back when, and you're helping to guide companies now. You're helping to guide those organizations, those groups, those people who want to get into the industry. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So that's part of the reason that I went into consulting, is that I knew a lot of the lessons I learned, a lot of the mistakes I made, some of the successes I had would be very valuable to other companies in the same position that were at the point of starting up or designing their facility or their business. So that's part of the reason I went into consulting. And that's the reason I published a book a year ago called From Seed to Success: How to Launch a Great Cannabis Cultivation Business in Record Time. It's essentially a guidebook for professionals from other industries that are interested in entering cannabis, but are not from the agricultural world. So it's kind of a step-by-step guidebook for everything from land or facility selection, building the cultivation team, acquiring the genetics, kind of the building blocks of any successful cultivation business. So it's all based on, certainly, on my time at Canopy, but really the last 25 years of working with plants on a commercial scale.
Wow. So what's the most fun part, I think, about that process from seed to success for you as a consultant?
Seeing it happen. So the trade-off,
the success part.
Well, seeing a successful crop. Exactly. So the trade-off is, because I work with a lot of groups that are in the developmental phase, there's a lot of strategy, a lot of planning, a lot of design work, but not really much touching the plant, because you got to go through all that stuff, design the facility, build it, get licensed, fill it up with people, and then you can start growing. And unfortunately, by that time, usually I'm out of the picture.
Oh, heartbreaking.
Of course, but I'm a grower on my own, so I always have a garden going. But that's the best part of my work, is to really see the entire process from beginning to the first crop.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. So what, do you have any stories, success stories that you like to share in particular?
So, I spent 4 of my 5 years in Colombia, which I thought was fascinating as an American. It's a perfect environment for growing down there. So I worked with a lot of startups that recognized that there was some value in having someone experienced in a regulated environment. But down there, the weather's perfect, and they have a lot of, really great genetics and a lot of passionate growers. So maybe not so much a success story, but really the best part was the ability to kind of combine my experience in a regulated environment with a brand new regulated environment, coming as an American from North American culture, and kind of bringing that down and mixing it with what's happening in Colombia, with the people from Colombia, learn Spanish. I mean, that was outstanding.
I mean, that you're a different person when you came back.
I was bilingual.
That's so incredible. That's incredible. So when you're working with people who are just, who want to get into the industry, called cannabis cultivation industry, what surprises you the most about what shocks them?
So the tendency for most groups is to overcomplicate the entire process. So the irony is, when I work with folks, what I'm trying to do is help them kind of calm down and focus on what they need to handle at the moment. Because if you're not from cannabis or horticulture and you go to a cannabis trade show and you walk the expo floor, it can be overwhelming, because there's every single piece of equipment, every single fertilizer input.
Yes.
And if you just do research, everything makes sense. Everything sounds like a good idea. So the tendency is to try to do it all at once. And what happens is, groups tend to overcomplicate the process. And in the most extreme examples, their businesses, the cultivation program, implodes before they even harvest a gram of cannabis. And it's due to overcomplicating the process. So in terms of what surprises me, it's the human nature to overcomplicate things.
Wow, that's so depressing. I mean, it's right there in front of you, and it is a simple, beautiful, blessed thing. I think being able to grow one plant or a million plants. There's processes in place and people like you that help us grow a million. And then, we're all learning together on how to grow one. And I think the energy is so important. And when people try to strangle that energy, it feels like kind of out of the plant before it's even out of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, if you think I work with a lot of startups, so you've got a new facility, a new grower, new genetics, new regulations, that alone is challenging enough. But if you throw in, starting with 50 varieties, or you want to grow in the most advanced method of hydroponics available to start with, you're really kind of setting yourself up for disaster. Inevitably, it happens. So
Yeah.
people hire me to kind of help them focus and calm down and at least make it across the finish line with the first crop. And then once you have some experience under your belt and you create a demand for the product you're selling, then you can do as many experiments and get as sophisticated as you want. But I like to tell groups not to be afraid to be boring when they start out. Grow cannabis in a way that people have been doing it for decades. It's kind of tried and true.
Yeah.
And then once you have something to sell, then you can start tweaking things and getting as complicated as you like.
Yeah, smart. Sew that dress with muslin first and then use the silk. So I'm not a grower myself. I'm just obsessed with the process.
Yeah.
And, and the plant is, it's a beautiful thing and healing thing. And so I just love learning and picking the brains of those who have, just are doing really, really big things like you are doing. So you will be staying with us. That's right, because we got to go on a break.
Yes.
I want to talk to you more about so many things. Specifically, maybe what would somebody do if they wanted to get a head start on starting a business in Texas? Dun, da, da, da. Yeah, absolutely. This is, YouTube goes everywhere. Texans are thinking. But anyway, I digress. We're going to take a few breaks tonight so our sponsors and supporters can get their messages in. But when we come back, you're going to meet a master cultivator and educator, Mark Huard, of Hole in the Wall Cultivation of Worcester, Massachusetts. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Hi, my name's Tai Chang. I'm the president and founder of Aloha Green Apothecary in Hawaii. We're a vertically integrated medical cannabis company with 3 dispensaries, 1 extraction lab, and 1 cultivation center near the North Shore of Oahu. We have over 150 employees now, and we've been working with Adaptive HR to meet our human resource needs. We're super excited to work with them as we expand, and we've grown at least 2-3 times over the last 2 years. So we look forward to a good relationship with Adaptive, and come visit us in Hawaii anytime. Aloha.
Hi, my name is Janice O'Reilly. I'm a partner with AAF CPAs, a national CPA firm that specializes in cannabis. We're based out of Boston. We have been working with Adaptive HR for several years and have recommended them to our clients, who have all been extremely happy with their service and their responsiveness.
Calling All Growers with Liz Grow is supported by the Grow Kit from stylelighting.shop. Adaptive HR, built for your cannabis business. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. By Accounting Buds, your accountant in cannabis. And by Salient Video Surveillance Systems for today and tomorrow's security.
Welcome back to Calling All Growers. I'm your host, Liz Grow, and I'm here with Ryan Douglas of Douglas Farms and our new guest, Mark Huard of Hole in the Wall Cultivation. Welcome, Mark.
Oh,
Now, guys, before we dive in, we want you to know that the chat room is open. So put your questions in there and you will make every attempt to get your questions answered by the experts. But I think that's why you need to sign up for the webinar that's happening in 2 weeks. Okay, in 2 weeks, the experts will come back. I know Mark will be back. Maybe Ryan will, we're not sure. We'll let you know. But your webinar in 2 weeks is the time to connect with these growers and ask the specific questions that you really, really have. So right now it's the chat room. In 2 weeks, it'll be the webinar. Go ahead and go on procannabismedia.com and you can register on the landing page. So without further ado, I'm so excited to introduce you to our next guest, Mark Huard. He's an award-winning grower and an educator. And I think you will be joining us on our webinar in 2 weeks. I think we're confirmed. So Mark, welcome to the show. Welcome to Calling All Growers.
thanks for having me. Honored to be here.
I mean, I think it's the perfect fit, just given what you do. You know, you win awards for growing cannabis, and then you teach classes on growing cannabis to your community. Is that right? Is that Hole in the Wall Cultivation?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I do education classes in Worcester. I do one a month at Artifact Studios in Worcester. It's a great little spot. It's an art studio. The kid runs another event there called Elevate and Create. So we just connected at another establishment called the Summit Lounge, which is actually where I met Jimmy. And I just ended up going to Artifact Supply, and it's been a great experience over there teaching. So I have a 4-part class. I'm just going to show the flyer for it real quick.
Perfect.
So cultivation education. So I teach the first Friday of every month there. And I have a 4-series class. So it's the first class is soils, seeds, and clones. So basically teach people, the basics of mixing soils and good soils. I'm a living soil grower. So connect people with good places to get stuff, give a shout out to Best Buds Worm Castings, just amazing local products that
Those
I love.
buds.
Yeah, so it's good stuff. Veg stage, and then I have flower stage as well. And then my next class, which is on April 1st, which is the final class of the series, that is my harvest, dry, and cure class as well. And sometimes I'll do a little hash class in there as well, make some hash at the end of it. So we'll see how that goes.
God, that sounds like a dream come true to this Texan. Incredible. Do you ever have people come out of state?
Oh yeah,
classes?
I have a couple of students. One drives 3.5 hours to come down from Northern Vermont, and for every class he showed up so far. It's a good friend of mine, so good support from community and friends down here. So it's been great for me. It's my passion. I love teaching, and I love growing cannabis, so it just works well together.
Oh, that's just incredible. How has it been for you now that cannabis is legal in Massachusetts and you don't have to hide any more growing?
It's like a dream come true. I mean, I'm married. I've been married this year, actually 20 years this year in August. Celebrating my 20-year wedding anniversary. I have 2 boys. They are 20 and 22, both successful, great jobs and everything. So raising them, I was a soccer coach, it was difficult raising them, being under the radar. I've smoking cannabis my whole life. So I've been growing since 1999 and, raising them, had to hide it. So 2018, we kind of came out of the hole in the wall and, we just kind of showed, wanted to show the world what we're all about. My wife and I, so she started her own CBD business, which has been very successful, and she's won several awards as well. And, my cultivation education business, which is, really taken off. And I love teaching people, and, it's great watching people come back and grow in their first plant. So it's amazing.
Oh God, I bet you're doing God's work. You are doing God's work, teaching other people to grow their own medicine. It's wonderful. I want to come and take one of your classes. I absolutely do. Unfortunately, I'm too far away to drive and make it to every class, but I definitely want to come and take one of your classes. So talk to me a little bit about what did you how did you think the industry would be like when you first started growing, like when you were a soccer dad, as you say? Because I know we have a lot of those guys here in Texas. I know we do. And, just paint us that picture of what you thought it would be and tell us how happy you are again.
I honestly never thought I would see it the way it was and where it went to. We were doing small farmers markets before and promoting our brand and stuff like that back in 2018. But when I was coaching, 2002 all the way up through 2014, I never thought I would see it where it is today. I thought we'd be hiding forever, but now today, being able to do research and communicate and do shows like this and share education with my children and talk to my kids and share that with other people as well. I never thought it would be where it is. And then to have, be able to back science with it. I test a lot of my products at MCR Labs for safety and, everything to make sure I'm, growing clean products and, making sure the practices I'm using and teaching people are good and be able to produce clean products for them too. So just where it's at now and being able to, have exposure to science and, I was hiding in Barnes and Noble buying cannabis books like, oh man, if I get caught buying this book, Jorge Cervantes Grow Bible, if I get caught buying that there, who's looking at me? So, I used to borrow a family member's truck to go to the grow store, so my truck would never be seen at the grow store. Now it's a whole new world. It's freedom. So it's nice.
And you used to have a burner truck to go to the grow store, and here you are teaching your community. That is just the coolest thing. Oh, so you're an award-winning grower as well. Can you talk a little bit about the awards that you've won?
Yeah, so the first competition I entered back in 2019, it was called the Pheno Cup. It was up in Maine. It was for anybody in national United States can grow. It's mostly New England growers. We all got the same seeds, so you buy into the competition. You buy the same packs of seeds, and then we see who can grow the best out of those strains. So the first year in 2019, I ended up winning the sativa category, which when you win the category, you're actually able to name that strain because they're seeds that nobody's ever grown before. So I got to name the sativa winner. I named it Headwall. So I won my first trophy for that. Usually I have them behind me on the shelf, but they're actually packed away right now because I had an event. But and then the next year, 2020, I entered a competition and ended up winning the sativa and the indica category in that competition in 2019. 2020. And then this past year in 2021, I entered a competition up in Maine for a lot of local growers. I believe there were 70 or 75 entries. And I won the indica and sativa category, and I won best overall in show out of all the entries. So it's a good year last year for me as well. So it means a lot to me because I work a lot on them, and so it's very passionate for me. So to have that trophy it's amazing.
Absolutely. Just the chef's kiss on all the hard work and passion that you put into it. So are you running out of names or what?
Oh no.
Extra names?
There's the problem with cannabis now is there's so many strains out there. Everybody has different names for everything.
Yes.
And you almost are running out of names for stuff. So, but I'm creative. So this past year, I named a strain at the indica that I won for best overall in show. I actually named it Havan Kush, which is Havan. It's a Hindu fire ritual that the priests and priestesses used to use to summon the gods and goddesses. So I thought it was a pretty cool because it has Hindu Kush genetics background. So I thought it was a pretty cool name for it. But yeah, there's a lot of names out there. So I try to be a little creative.
Yeah. Well, you're very creative. I love your logo, and I want one of those stickers very badly.
Thank you. I'll definitely get you some.
That would be great. All right, you guys, we have to head into another break right now, but don't go anywhere because we will still be here with award-winning cultivator Mark Huard and hopefully Ryan Douglas. Ryan, can you stick around?
Of course.
Because we got to talk about that Maine connection that you guys have.
Absolutely.
But before that, you guys, so for those of you who've never seen Grow House on High Times TV, it's the show that my production company produces. I'd say the best way to describe it is that it's two fierce cannabis advocates from Texas let loose on the world of legal cannabis cultivation. So in this clip, we visit the Amish country in Pennsylvania in 2018 and learn how the region is being revitalized by thanks to hemp cultivation. And we get to talk to National Hemp Association President Jeff Whaling. So enjoy the clip. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Calling All Growers.
You haven't been naked in a hemp field, you haven't lived. Alrighty, going now, let's do it.
Last month, we were at the Texans for Responsible Marijuana Policy Conference.
Nailed it.
It's kind of awesome, except for there was no weed.
We meet Riley Cote, speaker at the event, former fighter for the Philadelphia Flyers.
It turns out he's got a couple of hemp fields in Pennsylvania. Patrick's eyes just lit up. Riley's like, come on. And we could not believe that he invited us.
And Liz, wasn't there something we were trying to do in a big field of cannabis or hemp?
Yes, there was. Patrick had this beautiful vision of us in a cannabis or hemp field with a drone shot.
Just about to shoot in the middle of a storm. You haven't been naked in a hemp field, you haven't lived. We rush through our shots, we get it, and as we are rapping and naked, the farm owner comes walking through the hemp patch. Hey, we're getting weird out here. And he's just like, oh, I would expect nothing less.
The classiest gentleman you will ever see standing in a hemp farm.
And Liz comes out and she's like, ha ha hi.
Yeah, he was so gracious.
So gracious. And come to find out, he was
Jeff Whaling, the chairman and founder of the National Hemp Association. It was just, we had a good laugh about that, I think, and he invited us back the next day.
It was beautiful to see the community come together in Pennsylvania, learn about hemp, and to be inspired by all the speakers you had. The hayride looked amazing, and most of all, he gave such a sweet interview with Liz.
You're gonna do what? Now don't do
I'm
anything.
gonna leave my clothes on. Here we are in your beautiful farm in Ole, Pennsylvania.
So we're here at really the epicenter of hemp growth in Pennsylvania. This is the first time for farmers and those interested, researchers and others, to see a hemp crop not in a small plot of 2 acres, but to see it in 50, 60 acre plots. We have planted almost 200 acres here in Pennsylvania this year. So it's an opportunity for people to get up close and personal. My goal is to grow 12,000 acres next year.
Fantastic. Well, we can't wait to come back. And this time maybe we'll wear clothes. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
This is what a healthy plant looks like when it's receiving adequate nutrition. And this plant is suffering from a nutritional imbalance. This will detrimentally affect both the yield and what a healthy plant looks like when it's receiving adequate nutrition. And this plant is suffering from a nutritional imbalance. This will detrimentally affect both the yield and the quality, and it might not even survive. Hi, I'm Giancarlo Feula, and I'm a research scientist at MCR Labs. I'll be teaching you how to get the most out of our brand new plant nutrition analysis test. So join us next week in a webinar where you can learn how to optimize your nutrient feed, diagnose your problems early, and overall just get the most out of your grow. Check out the description below for more info and to make sure you save your spot.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Calling All Growers. I'm your host, Liz Grow, and I'm so excited to be back here. During the break, we were visited by a new Mark. Welcome, Mark Vlatkos, to the show, Calling All Growers. We're here with Ryan Douglas of Douglas Farms and Mark Huard of Hole in the Wall Cultivation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Liz. Very, very grateful for the opportunity to talk with you all today.
Absolutely. So Mark is a principal consultant of Farmhouse and the director of operations for Aruna. Talk to me about what's keeping you up at night. What are you seeing in the cultivation space that's really you're trying to sink your teeth into right now?
Sure. So actually, I formed my consultancy back in 2020. Right as COVID was starting up. Because I found that there was a significant lack in the industry in Massachusetts in particular when recreational cannabis came online. There was a bit of a green rush, as we see with, I think, all states, when their recreational or adult use programs, really start kicking off. And what we begun to see was not only folks entering that were seeking, both expert help in terms of, facility design and, planning procedures, et cetera, but also what I like to call the distressed asset class, or operators in distress. So you've got folks who are, have maybe been operating for several years, were perhaps operating under the medical program, and took on investors, took on investment, had financial projections that don't quite materialize, sometimes due to one factor or another. Whether it's an issue hitting a yield target, it's an issue with ongoing pest problems that have plagued them due to genetics brought in initially. Or sometimes it's just, how do we keep our costs down and increase our margins in order to be able to pay back our initial investments? That seeing these operators, and it became clear to me that there were a number of them. I didn't really find that anyone was marketing themselves to or really offering services to a lot of these larger these larger operations where you may have a number of executives that are they themselves aren't growers. You have a kind of there's an archetype of a grower quitting a job in a huff, and there's a number of gentlemen in a conference room who don't quite know how the plants and production overall production cycling is supposed to operate, or how to function the equipment. Or sometimes it's folks that they have an existing team, and the existing team, they're looking to just take it to that next level. Those are really the situations that I found that there was a significant need for, because in Massachusetts, I'm a Massachusetts native, born, raised, and educated at UMass Amherst. I really, the success of the industry overall is not just in any one single business. It's not just about being on a winning team. It's actually about ensuring that you have the best teams in your state and in your league, so that really that competition, I feel, really improves what the consumer gets overall in terms of quality.
It absolutely does. Absolutely. So are you working primarily in Massachusetts, or are you working all over the country?
Sure. So farmhouse, I would say probably 8 out of every 10 calls I get are in the state of Massachusetts. The other 20% are usually in either an emerging market, right? So we've got New York right next door, New Jersey, the folks down in Connecticut. But also, funnily enough, I started receiving calls actually from Colorado and California right around tail end of 2020, where there were again a number of folks who, in very California, I'd say, is almost as cutthroat as Washington or Oregon. Folks who are really, again, looking to increase that bottom line. I almost called it, instead of farmhouse, bottom line growers, because at the end of the day, I think that's what a lot of businesses in the cannabis space that are starting up are really, a number of them are struggling with that. And so getting calls from, literally the other side of the country. At first, I was quite a little surprised. There's the compliance is a bit different. The way that things are structured are different. And the markets absolutely have their nuances. But at the same time, I think the calls all had one thing in common, which was I'm looking to be profitable. I'm currently operating. It's not working the way we thought it would. How do we improve this, and how do we get to where we need to be in order to have really long-term sustainability, both from an economic and business perspective, as well as there are a number of folks who call that are really looking to make their existing practices more sustainable as well. I think that's one thing that the cannabis industry and the consumer especially has really pushed for, and I think that there's a lot of opportunity in cannabis with just the amount of attention that's given to it, that also helps forward our overall understandings of sustainable agriculture as well.
Right. Wow. So I just want to remind everyone that the chat rooms are open now. And if you have questions for the experts, for either Mark Vlatkos, for Ryan Douglas, or for Mark Huard, please, please, please ask those questions. It's all about sharing information between growers, grower to grower connection. That's really what we're trying to facilitate here. And then those who work with growers and help growers succeed. We will have a growers workshop in 2 weeks' time. That's March 23rd. And that's your chance to have one-on-one communication with these experts. It's a closed loop. It's not going to be live anywhere else. You will only, get to connect with these growers and the experts one-on-one at the webinar in 2 weeks. So I just wanted to put that out there and remind everybody that that's happening, because the space is limited in the webinar. Now, Mark, back to this big problem that you're tackling, which is people getting into the industry really quickly and they have a big learning curve, or it's people who are in the industry and it's an even bigger learning curve and they're trying to scale. Where is your sweet spot, would you say?
So I would say really it's folks that are existing in the industry and looking to scale. I think I was very blessed in that the start of my career, I was, right out of college, was plucked at, 21 years old, managing a hydroponics store and paying my way through college. I was plucked right out and thrown right into the medical program here in Massachusetts with one of the original 10 licensees.
Wow.
That also ended up being, one of the first M&A projects here with, Sierra Naturals, when they were acquired by what is now Air Wellness. One of the things that I found there was, there's the impressions that I think a lot of folks have of what is going on in the cannabis industry, the way to enter, or, how to enter. There's, especially back in 2017, 2018, there were a lot less opportunities. For example, media such as this, where to really get insights and learn, and be able to really take those lessons and avoid those mistakes. So with those lack of resources, obviously created a number of opportunities that I capitalized on. But what I find is the sweet spot really is going in and it's helping folks that are you have a good team. Frankly, you get a lot of growers who are coming in and they know what quality cannabis is. They've got a significant amount of experience growing quality cannabis at the hobbyist level, and they're really looking to scale that up in a way that is profitable and is efficient. So that both, it's kind of that marriage of the suits, as some might disparagingly call them, and truly the grower, right? And at the end of the day, the grower is, cannabis growers are just we are farmers, and farming itself is a business, but everything should really, for me, is it's in service of high quality. You want to be able to deliver high quality cannabis, and that is pardon the colloquialism, but good weed sells itself, right?
Right.
You'll see that there's constantly so much that companies will put towards their marketing, and what I found is it's actually, there's some really strong teams and there's some valuable people that what they really just need is a little bit of that help in understanding these horticultural technologies that are thrown at them. All these, you go on Instagram and there's any number of vendors getting tagged with any number of systems that are are getting marketed to these growers that they might not quite understand or understand the utility of, and they're sitting there making 6-figure, 7-figure decisions and about retrofitting their facility or the future of their business. It's helping those folks really being able to cross into a level of efficiency and output while maintaining the quality that they're used to, where it's not there's a bunch of really poorly grown product on the market. We see that in every emerging adult use market. I think it's part and parcel. Getting folks who know what good quality cannabis is and helping them scale to be able to produce that in large enough quantities that becomes the keystone and cornerstone of the marketplace. That's I would say it's the most enjoyable thing. You're able to go in and you're able to help people who were in the industry that, or frankly, before it was an industry, when it was still a movement, and when it was not, you weren't going to get featured in Forbes, and you weren't going to go, you weren't going to be a 30 under 30 candidate. You're not going to be sitting there, in a publicly traded company necessarily. Canada, paved the way there, and still here in the U.S., I think we're seeing a lot of, similar issues where you can have a oversupply starts to bring price compression. A lot of the smaller operators get moved out. And I think really where the value is helping those smaller operators scale and stay, so that the people who really made this industry, or made an opportunity for this industry to even become an industry, through the cannabis's, social justice movement, over, several, decades, nearly a century now. It's making sure that they still are able to maintain that place and are able to go toe to toe in terms of efficiency, in terms of output, in terms of cost per gram, with a much higher quality product than someone who might have tens of millions of dollars, but again, it's they're looking at it. It's a late entry, and a lot of that budget's marketing. That's it, because at the end of the day, there are people who made the industry, and I think that there's a lot of respect that it from that movement should be given to them.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you said that. It makes my heart happy, because there've been, people in this industry for a very, very, very long time. And it's only now just, become regulated in a beautiful, booming business. And we can't forget about those people. So that's a beautiful thing. A lot of people connect the term consultant with the suits. You know that, but I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But, it sounds to me like you got a heart under there. And that's very, very beautiful.
I would say, as Muhammad Ali once said, sincerity is my only credential at the end of the day.
And on that note, I think it's safe to say we can take a break. We're going to hear some messages from our sponsors, and coming up on Calling All Growers, we've got a pop quiz for a t-shirt. Okay. So you have to stick around. Don't forget, we've got our workshop coming up in 2 weeks, time on March 23rd, 8 p.m. Eastern time, with Master Cultivator Mark Huard and educator. I think Ryan Douglas might be joining us. Mark Vlatkos, maybe you'll come back for the webinar. It's a one-to-one relationship between growers, right? That's how information is shared. That's how you can trust the information, because there are so many resources out there. So that's why I think you should join the webinar. Register tonight, space is limited. So don't go anywhere, because we will also, when we come back, we're going to have someone new to the panel, Giancarlo Feula, who's a research scientist and plant health expert at MCR Labs. So we'll see you in a few.
Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Hi, my name's Tai Chang. I'm the president and founder of Aloha Green Apothecary in Hawaii. We're a vertically integrated medical cannabis company with 3 dispensaries, 1 extraction lab, and 1 cultivation center near the North Shore of Oahu. We have over 150 employees now, and we've been working with Adaptive HR to meet our human resource needs. We're super excited to work with them as we expand, and we've grown at least 2-3 times over the last 2 years. So we look forward to a good relationship with Adaptive, and come visit us in Hawaii anytime. Aloha.
Hi, my name is Janice O'Reilly. I'm a partner with AAF CPAs, a national CPA firm that specializes in cannabis. We're based out of Boston. We have been working with Adaptive HR for several years and have recommended them to our clients, who have all been extremely happy with their service and their responsiveness.
Calling All Growers with Liz Grow is supported by the Grow Kit from stylelighting.shop, Adaptive HR, built for your cannabis business, Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first, by Accounting Buds, your accountant in cannabis, and by Salient Video Surveillance Systems for today and tomorrow's security.
Welcome back to Calling All Growers. I am your host, Liz Grow, and I am joined here tonight by an incredible panel of growing experts. First, we have Ryan Douglas of Douglas Farms. We've got Mark Huard of Hole in the Wall Cultivation. Then we have Mark Vlatkos of Farmhouse Consulting. And finally, to round it all out, we have Giancarlo Feula. He's a research scientist at MCR Labs. And I'm so sorry I made that so awkward, but I think I got it right. Giancarlo.
Oh, absolutely no worries, Liz. And thank you for having me.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know that you guys are doing really, really innovative things with your new plant nutrient analysis that you've developed. And now, if I understand it correctly, I'm a layperson, but what it does is it helps farmers, it helps cultivators better understand their plant health by detecting nutrient deficiencies early, or?
Yes, so that's one of the benefits of it. So at MCR, we're actually, to the best of my knowledge, the only lab in Massachusetts right now offering this testing. And what you can do is you can just get get levels on your nutrients. So the same way you'd get a potency test, you can get all the nutrient levels in your plants. And not only can you diagnose problems, but you can also look at it on the other side. So if you have a grow that's really good, you can characterize that and use that as a baseline to look for in future testing.
That's really, really incredible. So that's what I read is that's new technology. What is MCR Labs known for? What's the bread and butter?
So our bread and butter is regulatory and compliance testing. So we'll test everything from your potency with your cannabinoids and your terpenes to your safety screens. And we do a variety of those between metals, solvents, pesticides, and microbials.
Okay. So is this the first time then you're synthesizing the data to help farmers do better?
I wouldn't say that's the first time. So we've always thought of ourselves as your partners in cannabis science. So one of our big mantras is to be able to work with our clients to better understand their results and how to better move forward in the future based on the results they're getting from us.
Awesome. Say more about that. Say more about how you're able to help farmers, because, as farming's a full-time job, and understanding data can be really overwhelming, I think. And a lot of farmers just want to know that they're in compliance.
Oh, definitely. So like a big issue that people see is, I know anyone who has experience, is infused product formulations. It's really tricky to do, especially on a large scale. So we're always happy to work with clients who have any concerns with those tests. Another big thing we do is if anyone has a failing result for any of our safety screens, we have a variety of different services we'll also offer, where we can do anything from a conference call with some of your team to actually heading out on site and taking some samples from your grow site to analyze for more specific analyses.
That's awesome. Which states are you in right now? Or are you?
So we have 3 facilities right now. Our main facility is in Massachusetts, and that's where we started. We have a more research and diagnostic facility that does a lot of hemp testing out in Pennsylvania, and we're just opening a new facility in Maine. So they should be running their first samples very soon.
That's exciting. Where is your facility in Pennsylvania, your hemp facility? I know a thing or two about Pennsylvania hemp.
Yeah, it's down in the Lehigh Valley in Allentown.
Beautiful. Very cool. Gosh. So my next question, I'm going to put it out there for the panel. It's March of 2022. I can't believe that the year is already, we're already almost done with the first quarter. Talk to me about some of the trends that you're seeing in the industry, specific to growing and cultivation. And, Ryan, let's kick it back to you. You started us off.
So I think, fortunately, we're seeing importance placed on small-scale growers. So part of my job is I help new companies recruit head growers. And in that process, I've found that a lot of people that are working for these big MSOs are really unhappy because they feel like their hands are tied in terms of their ability to grow quality product. Because sometimes it's all about efficiency and budget and streamlining the process. And unfortunately, sometimes the quality of the cannabis pays the price. And so I think, there's a lot of question in the industry, how do small growers compete against these huge MSOs? And I think it's not a question of trying to be bigger, simply trying to be better in terms of quality. So fortunately, I see a trend as more and more states come online in the US, more and more companies get cultivated. The starting point isn't going to be 100,000 square feet, right? They're going to be micro cultivators, 5,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet. And one it has potential to be an excellent business, but also it's a controllable size. And I'm really excited to see the kind of quality that comes out of these new, smaller grow operations.
I love that. Now, where can people find you, Ryan?
So they can reach out to me through my website at douglascultivation.com.
Okay. And Seed to Success, we can get it anywhere books are sold and on Amazon.com.
Exactly. So you can purchase it through my website or you can purchase it on Amazon. Correct.
Fantastic. Do you have an Audible?
No.
Is it?
No, not yet. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
I would love it. When you do, let me know and I'll put you in my ears. That's
perfect. Thank you for that.
Most efficient way to consume information for me. And I most certainly want to get my hands on this book from Seed to Success. Ryan Douglas, Douglas Farms, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Mark Vlatkos, what do you say about 2022 cannabis trends?
So I would say definitely the most heartening trend to me has been and I'll say that, there's kind of we've got a dichotomy now. You've got folks who are growing, with living soil, right, and organic methodologies, and then you've got what we'll call your conventional growers. I think both, it's the most heartening trend, honestly, and refreshing is all the conventional growers are really, they're going to, it seems dumb, but they're going to powdered fertilizers based on commercial formulations, at 10th to 50th of the cost of what they're, paying for in a very well marketed, fertilizer bottle. And the reason I find it so heartening is it can quickly become, for a lot of operators, a very large cost, and that cost is obviously passed on to the customer. When you're able to cut, dollars per eighth down in price, and you think of the 100% markup that's then received to the customer, I firmly believe that cannabis should never be costing someone $400 an ounce. Personally, over 300, even pre-tax doesn't quite well sit with me, but to each their own. And sometimes it truly is that good. I would say, it's really the overarching trend of cannabis growers are we're stealing everything we can from, traditional horticulture, whether it's conventional or it's, reading old Elliott Coleman books and getting into soil blocking and cover cropping, right? I think it's a beautiful thing to see because it truly shows that as cannabis enters, mainstream agriculture and starts treating it as, a very, very much a legitimate crop in its own right, just like any of the others that we grow in the United States. I think it also provides an opportunity for every state has its own heart of agriculture, and it's a way for us to get, whether it's young people engaged as farmers or it's just to capitalize on the fact that, it's who doesn't love something that's locally farmed, right? The kale tastes better if you like kale. Yes. There's very much a reason for it, and I think that it shows us that the industry is, continues just on and on to both not only evolve but also to really mature and be able to hold its own in terms of legitimacy.
That is heartening. So how can people find you?
So I would say, all inquiries I send through mark@thefarmhouse.org. I don't maintain a website at this time, but you can also reach me by carrier pigeon. For the 5 viewers who no doubt utilize that.
Great. Thank you for that, Mark. Appreciate that. Okay. Mark Huard, how's it going?
Good.
Let's talk trends in 2022. What do you see in your crystal ball?
So, I see a lot of the trend towards sustainability is what I'm seeing in living soils. It's finding stuff locally that you can use yourself with the increase in prices of everything. I know a lot of not just cannabis farmers, but regular farmers that, the prices of fertilizers that they're purchasing by the ton has almost tripled in the last year. So it's almost impossible for these farmers to even make it. So learning, the benefits of living soils and regenerative soils and just, Korean natural farming, creating environments in good soils that are, sustainable with, things that you have in your own yard, and I see a lot of stuff in my area teaching living soils and going to a lot of living soil conferences. People need to stop buying so much stuff because it's getting expensive, and just learning, if you have woods and stuff near you, there's ways you can find stuff that, can really benefit your life.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that hole in the wall cultivation does incorporate living soil into the kind of overall package. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes. I teach. That's my first class. I do a 4-series class, and my first class covers soils. I talk about the soil food web and everything, Dr. Elaine Ingham. And, I cover a lot of bases, and I continue through my whole program teaching about soil as well. Every class we talk about soil because that's the most important thing. That's
Cool.
it. Your soil is what grows that plant. I don't grow the plant, that soil does. So I got to create that soil and make sure that soil's healthy to be able to grow that plant. And, you do that, it's amazing what can happen. So.
I mean, you do know a thing or two about growing that plant. You have a few awards for it. So how can people find you?
holeinthewallcultivation.com, hole in the wall cultivation on Instagram and Facebook as well.
Awesome. Are you doing any events coming up, or do you have any courses that you're teaching coming up?
April 1st, I have my next class, April 1st, Friday night. I have 20 seats available, so they go really quick, especially my harvest class. A lot of people struggle with that. So April 1st, my harvest class, that's a really big class. So 20 seats available. There's probably maybe 10 left right now. So if you're looking for information on harvest, check it out.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, Giancarlo, what are you seeing? I mean, from the, in the lab, from the compliance reporting and regulation perspective, what are you seeing as trends in 2022?
Yeah, so I definitely have a little bit of a different perspective here than some of the other people on this panel. But one of the things I've really noticed from a lot of our clients is people are being a lot more stringent on repeatability, and people are just trying to hit tighter and tighter numbers. And it feels like people are really trying to refine their science around this industry as it's maturing.
Okay. And how are they working with MCR to do that?
Well, a lot of it just involves reaching out, working with clients to better understand what exactly their needs are so that we can either make recommendations for how to test those samples or how to formulate them. And I have to admit, it's been a bit of a challenge as things get a lot more tighter.
Really? What's been challenging about it?
Well, there's always a little bit of uncertainty in science. So you never know what you're going to get. And it's always difficult to tell a client that their results might not be exactly what they're expecting. And but it is definitely exciting to be able to work with the clients and actually find a root of those problems.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it definitely brings me joy to be able to help clients achieve their goals in this industry.
Yeah. So we didn't really get to talk about your path to this industry. Have you always been a cannabis lover?
Yeah, so personally, always, yeah. I've always been a cannabis lover. I mean, I was raised by a couple of hippies, so it's always been a pretty big part of my life. From more of a professional background, I'm a chemist by trade, so I went to school for chemistry. I have a lot of research experience, and it's really cool to be able to combine those two things, the analytical chemistry and the cannabis. I feel like actually make a difference in the way the industry is moving.
Well, I bet, so much of it is bro science, because it is, we've been living under prohibition for so long. We've had to rely on tribal knowledge and whatnot. And, you're in the lab, actually letting the plant talk to you and tell you what's going on with it. It's a really cool perspective that you have, I think.
Definitely. I agree.
So guys, that's all the time we have for tonight. I'm so grateful for every one of our panelists for joining the second live episode of Calling All Growers. I want to thank Ryan Douglas of Douglas Farms, Mark Huard of Hole in the Wall Cultivation, Mark Vlatkos of Farmhouse Consulting, and we can never forget Giancarlo Feula, of MCR Labs, who will help you know what's going on with your plant from the inside out. Okay, so thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I hope that you all join us for our webinar in 2 weeks' time on March 23rd at 8 p.m. Eastern. You can register for that webinar on procannabismedia.com. It's right there on the landing page. Super easy to do. And Calling All Growers is produced by Pro Cannabis Media and Grow House Media with generous support from our sponsors. I'll see you at our workshop in 2 weeks all. Again, March 23rd at 8 p.m. I'm Liz Grow, and I'm calling all growers.
Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Hi, my name's Tai Chang. I'm the president and founder of Aloha Green Apothecary in Hawaii. We're a vertically integrated medical cannabis company with 3 dispensaries, 1 extraction lab, and 1 cultivation center near the North Shore of Oahu. We have over 150 employees now, and we've been working with Adaptive HR to meet our human resource needs. We're super excited to work with them as we expand, and we've grown at least 2-3 times over the last 2 years. So we look forward to a good relationship with Adaptive, and come visit us in Hawaii anytime. Aloha.
Hi, my name is Janice O'Reilly. I'm a partner with AAF CPAs, a national CPA firm that specializes in cannabis. We're based out of Boston. We have been working with Adaptive HR for several years and have recommended them to our clients, who have all been extremely happy with their service and their responsiveness.
Calling All Growers with Liz Grow is supported by the Grow Kit from stylelighting.shop, Adaptive HR, built for your cannabis business, Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first, by Accounting Buds, your accountant in cannabis, and by Salient Video Surveillance Systems for today and tomorrow's security.
You haven't been naked in a hemp field, you haven't lived. Alrighty, going now, let's do it.
Last month, we were at the Texans for Responsible Marijuana Policy Conference.
Nailed it.
It's kind of awesome, except for, there was no weed.
We meet Riley Cote, speaker at the event, former fighter for the Philadelphia Flyers.
It turns out he's got a couple of hemp fields in Pennsylvania. Patrick's eyes just lit up. Riley said, come on. And we could not believe that he invited us.
And Liz, wasn't there something we were trying to do in a big field of cannabis or hemp?
Yes, there was. Patrick had this beautiful vision of us in a cannabis or hemp field with a drone shot.
Just about to shoot in the middle of a storm. You haven't been naked in a hemp field, you haven't lived. We rush through our shots, we get it, and as we are wrapping, and naked, the farm owner comes walking through the hemp patch.
Hey, we're getting weird out here.
And he's just like, oh, I would expect nothing less.
The classiest gentleman you will ever see standing in a hemp farm.
And Liz comes out and she's like, hi.
Yeah, he was so gracious.
So gracious. And come to find out, he was
He was Jeff Whaling, the chairman and founder of the National Hemp Association. It was just, we had a good laugh about that, I think, and he invited us back the next day.
It was beautiful to see the community come together in Pennsylvania, learn about hemp, and to be inspired by all the speakers you had. The hayride looked amazing, and most of all, he gave such a sweet interview with Liz.
You're gonna do what? Now don't do
I'm gonna leave
anything.
my clothes on. Here we are in your beautiful farm in Ole, Pennsylvania.
So we're here at really the epicenter of hemp growth in Pennsylvania. This is the first time for farmers and those interested, researchers and others, to see a hemp crop not in a small plot of 2 acres, but to see it in 50, 60 acre plots. We have planted almost 200 acres here in Pennsylvania this year. So it's an opportunity for people to get up close and personal. My goal is to grow 12,000 acres next year.
Fantastic. Well, we can't wait to come back. And this time maybe we'll work close. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
They want to see what's inside the armoires. We want the guided tour, if you will.
Let's go take a peek.
Yeah, we definitely, let's go take a peek. Go ahead.
Well, I can walk this over.
Yeah, it's all right. You could walk it over, and I'll be the stable one. And here we go into the black armoire. We're going to open her up.
Open it up. The door comes right
See
on.
the lights, and now wait till the computer camera. There it is.
So you can see up here that this is the main exhaust fan, and that's the carbon scrubber that eliminates the odor. Now that I've opened it, I can smell it. This thing is in full flower and it's
pungent, lovely.
All right, and then this is our proprietary new grow light. It's got dimmer knobs to control. It's got the latest technology, not only LED, but it's got cob LEDs, which are a newer technology, super dense and energy efficient. And this is the plant I've got going inside. This is one plant.
I love it. It's bushy and beautiful and female. Right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. See the flowers?
Yeah. It's beautiful. You know, there's the people in this industry love looking at the plant, the flowers on the plant. And I can imagine having that in your living room is just so much, it's fun in a lot of ways. It's certainly a conversation piece. Eric, the one thing we really haven't discussed, and thank you for that tour, is what's the price point on this? I mean, it's a piece of furniture. You know, if you go to Jordan's Furniture and you happen to see an armoire, you're talking a couple of $1,000 or so. I mean, what's your price point on that?
Sure. So the box is the box itself is $15.95, and that's mostly, we were trying to keep it a little bit lower. They were a little bit lower originally, but with everything going on and shipping and logistics, supply chain issues and all that, prices have all gone up.
I hear we're having some inflation now too. I've read about that. Yeah.
So all of our exactly. So all of our costs are going up. So it's $15.95 and it's about $280 for shipping, unless they're local in Massachusetts and want to come to the office to pick up. That can be arranged.
How heavy is it?
It's not heavy at all. The whole thing, the packaging, the pallet, that like when we ship them and then we put them on a pallet to ship, the whole thing is like 170 pounds, and like 25 of that is the pallet, and another 20 of that is all the boxing and because it's a nice thick, like 1 inch thick cardboard boxing and all that stuff. The unit itself, like if you just took it, it's about 40, 50 pounds. I mean, I can lift it up, just move it around. It's not that heavy at all. It's more just awkward. We tell people, have a friend help you pick it up, grab each, tilt it over and each grab an end. But just because it's big, just awkward, not heavy. It's not heavy. I can literally vertically lift it up and move it myself.
Welcome to the very first Calling All Growers workshop and webinar. I'm Liz Grow, your host, and really your guide through this amazing, wonderful world of growing, whether you're a home grower, hobbyist, whether you're just interested in learning a little more, or you're a commercial grower and you want to hear from the pros and you want to hear from your peers. This is what we do at Calling All Growers. We bring growers together to share the best information to make you a better grower. And I'm lucky enough to have the experts who joined me last week in the very first Calling All Growers show. Wendy Kornberg, second generation cannabis grower from Humboldt, and Ben Morgan Dillon, founder, head cultivator of Acadia Farms, green facilities specialist, and KNF expert. I know we're supposed to have James Burr as well of Organic Cultivators. He may be popping in. You guys know, this is a growers workshop. This is closed circuit. This isn't live. We can be our normal selves. You guys have stuff to do, a lot of stuff to do. You're chasing sunlight a lot. You have dirt on your hands, so that's really what this workshop's about. So Wendy, I want to turn it over to you right now because you are going to kick things off with a tutorial.
I love it. Chasing sunlight is exactly what we're doing. And we've been transplanting today. So I was like, well, this is great. People often have we found that people have trouble transplanting. It's one of the things that as a grower, it's one of the first skills you need to learn along with watering. And so as I was sitting back there doing this today, I went, well, this is perfect. I'll just set aside a plant and I will bring it out and I will show you guys what we do on our farm when we're transplanting. And it's a very specific way that we do things. I need to grab one bucket, which I forgot. And the beautiful thing is I have children that tend to leave things around, so we can use this. So this is a little clone that was gifted to me. This is a tissue culture clone. I actually don't know the cultivar, so it's kind of fun. It's been about 3 weeks in this pot. It came in a little tiny, tiny, tiny root cube, like the tiniest cube I've ever seen. And we put it in baby roots soil, which is what we always use for our clones and our seedlings for starting at the very, very beginning. But they grow out of it pretty quickly and they need to get bumped up into healthier soil again. Like I said, this is 3 weeks. So
baby root soil. I'm going to be asking you about that at a later date.
Yeah. Yeah. Please. And please, Liz, if you have questions or something isn't clear, definitely interrupt me. I know sometimes I talk fast. So I, try to be mindful of slowing down. I get excited. So I'm like, yay.
Yeah. And you know what, if you have questions out there in the webinar, go ahead and put them in the comments and we will absolutely get to them. So please go ahead, Wendy.
And I'm going to go over this briefly because I know that Ben and I chatted beforehand about who wanted to cover what, and he is going to be covering SES, which is the nutrient maintenance solution that we use for Korean natural farming. I use it also, and that's what this is. So this is a jug of maintenance solution, and basically it's water, fermented plant juice, oriental herbal nutrient, and brown rice vinegar at different ratios. And we've done a lot of side-by-sides. I'm, if you follow me at all, I'm known as the queen of side-by-sides because I'm always like, always have a control group, always have a control group. You need to know what works and you need to know that exactly what you did is the variable that made the difference. We don't have money to waste. We don't have time to waste on small farms. So, what we found, very, very best way to transplant is you take your maintenance solution and I'm going to pour it in a jug.
Maintenance solution. As you're pouring, why is it called maintenance solution?
It's called maintenance solution because with Korean natural farming, you can use this as a general maintenance spray or drench at any time up to once a week. So it's just your general overall nutrient solution.
Okay.
And then I'm putting my plant in my little thing of maintenance solution. I'm going to tip it to the side. Let's see. Well, you get the idea. I'm tipping it to the side so that it's filling up.
I'm like I'm like leaning forward, like, let me see.
So this is just water. And then I'm sitting it in here. The reason I'm doing this is I like to let my plants get a little bit dried out before I transplant. That way, when you're soaking it in this solution, it's actually absorbing all those nutrients. Those roots are hungry for water. So they're going to suck everything up and it's going to give it a boost. And what we've seen is that when we do this, we have very, very little transplant shock. And we've done different types of, soaking in maintenance solution, taking it out of the pot first, leaving it in the pot, putting it in the hole, doing the whole 9 yards. But if you're, if you have a small 4x4 tent, you can take it out of the pot. It's not that big of a deal. You're using maybe, 5 gallons of this stuff total. But if you're on a commercial farm like us, we're transplanting 1,500 clones, per run, per garden. I'm literally not going to make hundreds of gallons of this when I can make 5 to 10 and have that work as well. We also found that when you leave it in the pot, so still in the pot as it's soaking, okay, it doesn't damage the root structure at all. So if you have a really, really root bound plant, if you take it out and it's white roots everywhere and they're all congested up, you do need to tease them out so that they don't continue to coil and strangle themselves. But in this case, we're dinging it perfectly on the spot where we want to be. So once it's nice and wet and I can feel this pot, it's heavy, it's got weight to it, okay? It doesn't feel light, it's dripping water, it's nicely saturated. I'm going to turn it upside down. And with these particular pots, I push on the bottom right in the middle, but you kind of got to just tease it out a little bit. It's just going to fall right out. And this is where we're at for our root structure. So this is pretty perfect, okay? It's not root bound at all. They're a little bit growing in circles, but not terrible. So I might just tease out, a couple little ones here. But for the most part, I used to do a lot more like scrunching of the roots, if you will, like, rubbing them and things. And I found that with this, I don't have to do that. So this is time saving. And again, we don't want transplant shock. If you're, it doesn't even matter if you're a home grower or a commercial farmer, you really don't want to set yourself back a week on your time schedule. So when we do this, you can see my soil's holding together well, my roots are holding together well, and it's going to be perfect. I don't need to mess with it. So then this is the step that is one of the SOPs that people don't do. And I highly recommend everybody do this. I have my prep here. We have, this is Las Cosas plant therapy in solution, just because James had some. Normally I would use something that I would make myself. So a JWA soak, whatever you want to do to dip your plant in. Okay. Because we had, yeah. So we had aphids at one point, they are just around. We bring things in on our body. We bring things in without thinking about it. We go to the grow shop, we lean on a bag of dog food, and we bring russet mites home with us. And then we go into our plant room and now our plants have russet mites and we don't know it. So always, 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 when you're transplanting, always dip your plants. So the other great thing about dipping as opposed to spraying is you get really full coverage. Okay. So for us, we just simply, if you're transplanting a 3-foot tall plant, obviously you can't do this, right? Unless you have a 55-gallon drum or something ridiculous. It's not realistic. So in that case, you spray. But if you can dip your plant, you just want to take it and put it in. And what I'm doing is I'm holding it. The soil is above the water line or above the solution line. Okay. And I'm holding it under there basically until the bubbles stop rising or until there's, all the plant surface is covered. It's not holding any air. So it's completely underwater. And then I'm just picking it up. You can let it drip a few times. And then I have my pot that's about, halfway full of dirt or so. And I'm just going to gently set my plant right onto the top of the dirt. Okay, so now we have plant plus soil. Ooh. And then you want to try to make sure that you don't get the surface of your plant, the leaves, try and keep them clean if you can. It's a little difficult sometimes, but now our plant leaves are covered in whatever pest killing thing we're using. Soaps are great, you guys, like potassium. Oh, I always mess it up. Potassium salts of fatty acids, right? Is I think what is generally called. It's a safer soap, if you will. There's no extra pesticides and it's a suffocant. Suffocant and a desiccant, depending on the temperature. And so all of your soft-bodied insects are going to like shrivel up and die because of this. But if you then cover it with dirt, you're kind of negating what you just did. So try to like use your hand to hold back your plant and then put your soil in. And I'm just going to...
Wendy, your jewelry game is on point. I love it.
I know you guys are getting close-ups of the rings.
It's so good. It's so good.
So as I'm
like glam farming.
Totally. We farm in lipstick and jewelry sometimes.
It happens. Okay, so what are you doing?
So now the plant is got soil up all around it. Okay. So
Yeah.
we've kind of covered it. All the edges are tucked in there. And then I'm just going to use my hands to just kind of gently press down along the sides. So basically around here, around these edges, just kind of tucking it into bed, if you will. I'm not smashing it. I'm not like squishing it in there. We don't want to compact our soil, but we want to get rid of any of those spots of air, those air gaps where there's no soil, because the roots will hit that and they won't go into that space as well. So then if you're done with your solution, so this was that maintenance solution that I dipped the root ball in, you can use this to water it in, or you can just use plain water. And when we're watering in, we want to go around, the entire pot. You want to get all the surface of the soil. When you're transplanting, it's really important to water in really, really well. When we're transplanting into the ground on the field, we go over it once, we go over it twice, and then we go over it all the in-between spaces as well. We want the ground completely saturated. And ideally then, not like, you don't want to drown it, but, really water it in well. And then ideally your mulch is there to maintain that moisture level. And you're usually not watering for at least a week after that if you do it right when you transplant.
Really? And why? Yeah. What's the point of that? You just want it to settle, or?
Well, the thing is, you don't want to overwater. Okay. So if you're watering in really well when you transplant, the water is going to be saturating the entire media. So, or medium, I should say. So all that medium is going to be holding all that moisture. If you have good mulch on top, then that mulch is preserving that moisture. It's not evaporating out. So as the roots start growing out, they're going out into those places of moisture that haven't been uptaken by the plants yet. And really what this does is it's signaling the plant to push roots out. Okay. So roots go out. You don't want them going down. You don't want them truncating. You want them filling in all the spaces. There's this whole as above, so below thing. This is more of an as below, so above. We want the structure to mimic what's going on up above us.
Yeah. So, that makes perfect sense. That makes total sense. So you're really, you're training the roots or inviting the roots to reach out and get that good stuff. And I can understand then why you wouldn't overwater, because you want them to reach out, and find what's there and use that first.
And what they're doing in that case, if they're seeking water, they're also going to hit those pockets of nutrients that haven't been utilized by the plants yet. So now, if you're amending your whole soil bed, those nutrients will be available as the plant grows. As the roots hit it, they hit new nutrients and new nutrients and new nutrients, and they have everything they need for the entire life cycle of the plant. If you've got your soil life appropriate, your biology is there, your micronutrients and trace minerals. If everything's available in the soil and you have a healthy soil food web, you won't need to top dress. You won't need to fertilize. There are exceptions, but there's a few cultivars that you can really push with nutrients. And a lot of times we are pushing cannabis, but you don't have to, is the thing. So this is done. So this has now been transplanted up from the 4-inch pot into a 1-gallon pot. And she'll be fine in this. So this is, I think, a 3-week-old plant, 3.5 weeks, something like that. So she'll be fine in this for another 4 weeks or so, and then she'll go into her final resting place. The other thing I do at this point is I want to push growth into the laterals, not straight up. So I go ahead at this time and I would take the top off. So I've now taken the growth, and some people bend it. You don't have to take it off. I don't have time to like gently bend, and we're small. We're a big farm with a small crew. So I rip it off. Again, do as you will, try it out. What works on my farm might not work on your farm. Right. So, do a side by side, do it with some and not with others. But the idea is we've taken the growing hormones off this, and now it's going to push it into these laterals. And this will turn into a very nice, full, bushy plant really quickly. And I would necessarily for a full-term plant. This is something we do for clones. We do it for our light depth. We do it for what we call the turn and burn, because you want it to fill out more space faster on the horizontal rather than on the lateral.
Okay, when would you not do it? I hold
I
back.
don't top my full term plants that are from seed. It's going to go, I'm taking it all the way through summer into in October, October, November.
Okay.
I don't do any pruning of those. There are, why is this?
Must be nice.
Yeah.
October, sometimes November. I'm like,
No, I've harvested in December before. It's not, sometimes you can get away with it.
Talk about full term. Definitely. You don't do that on your full term plants. Okay. So you mentioned that Ben has a recipe. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, and just really quickly, this year, James really does like low stress training, and it is really beneficial, but I honestly, we usually have never had time. Yields do increase if you can train your plants to go out more. So in that case, and way back in the day when I only had 4 or 5 gardens that had 10 to 16 plants each, I definitely did more training. I definitely, bent things out through the cages and, made them stretch and made them take up more space. But, there is a cost benefit analysis you have to do on how much time you're spending versus how much yield you're actually getting.
Yep.
So, low stress training, we'll probably do some fun little side-by-sides this year. Maybe we'll top some of our seed starts and maybe we'll not top others and train them different directions. But again, it just depends on how much time we actually have, because we've got a lot of projects going on this year. So
right. You're farming, it's hands-on. And you brought up a great point. This is, something that I want everybody to really hear and understand in the audience, that, your success is dictated by you. It's about what your intended outcome is. If you're a first-time grower, is your best outcome to keep it alive and to maybe smoke something at the end of it all, or if it's to scale your business and increase your yields. This show, and ideally these webinars will be here for you to get closer to those goals. So I just love, though, that the folks on this panel have done it all, and do know how to speak that language of the rookie grower all the way to, the commercial producer, as you guys are at Cannabis. But Ben, I want to hear about this SES. What can you break that down for me? I'm a sucker for an acronym, even if I don't understand it.
Yeah, so SES is our seed soak solution, also known as maintenance. It's basically the exact same preparation. It's just utilized in different ways.
Okay.
So the basis of it will be water, but then you'll put in OHN, which is Oriental Herbal Nutrient, FPJ, which is fermented plant juice, and traditionally it calls for brown rice vinegar, but I'm from New England and brown rice vinegar doesn't come often around here. So instead I've got apple cider vinegar that I made.
Oh my gosh, this is the New England blend.
Yes. Well, that's why it's natural farming. So I have this wonderful, wonderful chart here that was given to me in my first class with Chris and Kobe. And it gives you a breakdown of all the preparations as far as what their ratio is. So the maintenance solution preparation ratio is OHN 1 to 1000, FPJ 1 to 500, and then BRV, or in my case, ARV, or no, sorry, I guess it would be
ACV.
1 to 500. So we utilize this, as Wendy has just shown, both with seed soaking to, really help with the clone transplant, offset the shock of the plant, give it a really great mineral, hormonal, and enzymatic boost at the very beginning of its life. But we can also use this through the rest of the plant's life, as Wendy had said. So we can use this up to once a week as either a foliar or a soil drench. And we do that just sort of, as the name implies, as a maintenance step. It is just giving it the little bits that it needs throughout its journey, so that way it can maintain the levels perfectly for itself. It can maintain its homeostasis. And it really allows us to, allow the plant to decide what it really needs when it needs it. It's also a great microbial food source, so you can feed it into your soil as a soil drench. And it's not only therefore helping the plant, but it's also really helping to feed your soil's microbes as well and create a biome there, because you always need to remember, as below, there is above. So a plant's representation as far as its production for you, its growth for you, its yield and its quality are going to be very reminiscent of what's going on below ground as far as how happy its root structure is.
Yeah, I've heard that before. You're feeding the soil, and the soil's feeding the plant. I just had a thought. How does this methodology play with soil inoculants and those folks who are inoculating their soil? Is it, and this is coming from the rookie grower who's drinking from the fire hose and learning a million different ways. I mean, is it in the same family as that? I mean, are we talking about the same thing? I'm talking about a mycorrhizal inoculant within the soil. Yeah, that's where I am. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is 100% up our alley. In fact, we do something in natural farming called IMO. It stands for indigenous microorganisms. And really, we do a lot of different fermentations in natural farming, as Wendy and I were just talking about, a few of them being used in the preparation of maintenance solution. But the real heavy lifter is IMO. It's the one that does all of our major work for us. Wow. And that's because microbes, as you were alluding to, are, they're really the soil's life. They're the biology down there. They're what's making that nutrient cycle happen. And they're providing the plant with the nutrients that it needs through exudate communication through the root structure. So yes, 100% inoculations is a wonderful thing. We do it through a process called IMO, which does a capture of indigenous microorganisms. So the microorganisms that are already surviving and thriving over millennia of evolution in your environment, because it's really tailored. That's one of the downfalls of generic inoculums, is that what works here won't work where Wendy lives. It won't work where you are. Simply because microbial populations vary, even in as small of a range as every 50 miles or so, even smaller if you have extreme microclimates or elevation changes. What can survive at high elevation can't survive necessarily as well at low elevation, and vice versa. So you really want things that are tailored to your environment, because they're going to be having the best survival rate, the best population growth. And at the end of the season, when you go into a lull, if you're outdoors because of winter, or if you're just continuing your cycles as an indoor cultivator, you really don't want to have die off. And having indigenous microorganism populations helps to prevent that level of die off, because they're already designed through evolution to survive and thrive in that environment.
Well, how do you get those? I saw it looked like an aquarium on wheels, with this brown water and these tubes at the conference, at the Organic Cultivators Conference. And it was IMO. Because I asked, I was like, whoa, what's that? He's like, it's IMO. And then I got to look at it under a microscope. Oh my God, it was like a party. Reminded me of like sea monkeys when I was a kid. But how do you get that? How does a grower get IMO?
So what you saw there was actually a friend and associate and fellow soil smith, Quinn, had created an IMO at his personal location, his house, and he brought it down with him with a brewing kit to make limo, which is a liquid IMO, which is basically the liquid or aqueous suspension of IMO that was then bred and that was then bred and propagated and put into an aqueous suspension so you could foliar spray it or soil drench it. But traditionally, think of IMO as more of a consistency of like really quality, still dense though, compost. So there's going to be still some wood chip to it. There's going to be some rice and bran hull to it, because what we use for food sources for the microbes originally is white rice to capture. But then after that, we put them into a mix with a couple of different fermentations, some salt water, some plain water, and we mix them with rapid and slow food sources like rice bran for a fast food source, and split oats for a slower food source, and then wood chips for our carbon source. And that really tailors towards the microbial colonies that are fungal versus bacterial, because we're really looking to try to dominate with the fungal bodies. And it still really does a great job of propagating all of microbial life though.
Oh, that's incredible. Now, you use a term and a drench versus foliant, or not even versus, but foliant. Is that what you said? Foliar, and that's spraying on the leaves?
Yep, exactly. It refers to spraying a solution onto the foliage of the leaf.
Okay, foliar. All right.
Foliar application.
Foliar application. Yes. I mean, there's bro science, then there's Korean natural farming, then there's, so many different methodologies when it comes to growing this plant. And I'd like to learn the proper terms. So good. James and Wendy are together in the matrix, out of the matrix. I don't know. Is it making you Is it not nervous, but dizzy? Ben, it's kind of making me like. How's it going, James?
It's going amazing. How are you?
So well. You are killing it in the chats. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Dropping the knowledge as a reminder. Anybody who's in the webinar, please feel free to join the chat, ask a question of the experts. I think no question is too large for these brains, and take advantage while you can, really. But James, so congratulations on an incredible conference a couple of weeks ago in Sturbridge.
Most of the
LED line
to once a week
is,
to once a week. What works here won't work.
Program that in the chat, ask a question of the experts. I think no question is too large for these brains, and take advantage while you can, really. But James, so congratulations on an incredible conference a couple weeks ago in Sturbridge. Well done, you guys. You brought the Humboldt, regenerative farming methodologies to the East Coast, and it was a huge success.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And the feedback has been amazing.
Yeah.
Everyone across the board has basically, I've been getting a lot of these, people coming up to me and going, oh, it completely blew me away. So we tentatively announce here that we are talking about doing another conference this year in Oklahoma sometime in June. So I have a confirmation from Dan and Suzanne that they're willing to come out and do another date. So we're trying to work that out right now. But yeah, Suzanne's already excited. She's like, oh, I have new stuff to talk about, and I'm going to make sure we have handouts for the folder. So yeah, it's been really, really cool. All the feedback and the connections that have been made. So yeah.
That is so incredible. So incredible. So Oklahoma is calling. Now, what are you hearing? Are you hearing anything from the, your community in Humboldt? Are they excited that you are, taking the show on the road, so to speak, and, teaching? Just considering that one of the things Wendy said in our podcast was that it's common for you guys to share this knowledge in Humboldt, but to bring it out of Humboldt is something that's quite new. Are you feeling the support from, those farmers in Humboldt?
I don't know about farmers in Humboldt. Wendy could probably speak to that more than I could, just because I'm not from Humboldt and I don't really know a lot of people here. I will say that after traveling to Oklahoma, it's evident that we need to come there and bring the conference there so people can step up their game a little bit, because I think even the people who are growing quote unquote organic, they're, not doing so great. So we're going to bring it out there, and the response of farmers and growers in Oklahoma so far has been excitement. So that's promising.
Oh, good. I know they are just so eager for that information. We're in Texas, and the Oklahoma program, they just opened it up. They really did it right. They didn't make it too difficult for growers to get in and, grow plants and start their businesses and things. But as a result of that, there is a lot of of cannabis on the market, and a lot of people sped to market and maybe didn't have the best practices. And so, I think the consumer is probably demanding more and demanding better. So I'm glad you guys are going to get out there and teach the growers. But really quickly, I'm not sure if you got to check out the live interview that we did today at noon Eastern with Jim Belushi of Belushi's Farm in Oregon, Southern Oregon. He came on to share kind of his tips and tricks and learnings really of what it takes to be a cannabis farmer. And he told us a little bit about his farm in Oregon. So we are going to cut to that segment really quickly because I think, I don't know, I think it's interesting.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Dan, let me know if we're doing it. And if not, that's okay. I'll just sit here. Nice. Sounds like heaven.
LED lights. Now I have 4 state-of-the-art grow tech greenhouses, and I put in LED lights from Foush.
Oh.
Foush lights. These LED lights are fantastic. They give us about 30% more penetration, which is 30% more yield, and the THC and the terpene profiles have been enhanced. But I also subsidized it with advanced nutrients from Big Mike and Rogue Soil. So between the soil and nutrients and these lights and that controlled atmosphere in the greenhouse, I still have father-son feeding these girls, and I use lights to supplement when there's cloud cover. Like, we want to have 1,100 looms of penetration of light.
Mm-hmm.
So when the clouds come, it goes down about 750, and I got this total grow control brain that has sensors and senses it, so it'll bump the lights up in order to maintain the consistency of that 1,100 looms for the girls. So I really, no, automatically, it just shifts. It keeps the airflow perfect. It keeps the temperature and humidity perfect. I am now a great controlled environment. The LED lights, I was afraid didn't have the full spectrum, but damn, they do. You can't see it, but it's there. So I have the full spectrum of light that supplements father-son, because I don't really want to grow in a box. Something about it, even though you get more money per pound, something about the sun, you can't replace the sun.
No.
Hey, and
so
go ahead, keep going.
Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'll keep going because I just love this stuff.
It's incredible. Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love hearing you talk about it. And
Well,
sounds like an
so we have
incredible environment.
we have controlled environments, no aphids, no rustic mites, no gophers, no squirrels, no deer, and no mold, because the moisture is so controlled.
Mm-hmm.
And so I couldn't be happier. This is our first yield. As you can see on the TV show, Growing Belushi, you watch us build these greenhouses.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the best harvest and the best cannabis that we've grown.
Well, okay. So that is the clip of, obviously, there's Jim Belushi talking about his greenhouses now. It was really, really great hearing about, I think, the progression of where he'd come from to, where he is now. He's not employing organic farming practices at his farm, but he did talk a little bit about some sustainable practices that he's trying to employ. And so, I think that brings me to my next question. When a grower is making equipment choices, Ben, how can they keep sustainability in mind when they're making equipment choices, if they have to use lights and other equipment?
So the two biggest expenses for your equipment are always going to be your HVAC and your lighting. your initial expense as well as your operational expenses. Those are going to be your two biggest ones as far as equipment goes. So when you choose a lighting system and you choose a HVAC or HVADC, which is heating, air conditioning, ventilation, and dehumidification all in one integrated unit, rather than treating them as separate systems. So that right off the bat is a great way that you can be more sustainably minded. Taking one system that can do what two systems were previously doing. Instead of having HVAC and humidification, you can have an HVADC unit that does all of that in one. They're also capable of doing things like doing your CO2 emissions and mitigation. So that allows you to remove another system from the entire equation. So the more that you can get your systems to integrate, the more you're able to get them to piggyback and work together versus working against each other, the more you're able to optimize your space. You're able to minimize your operational expenses, which makes you more sustainably minded, both business-wise and ecologically. By using less resources, specifically things like natural gas, coal, and electricity, then we're able to offset how much we do reuse and therefore, be a little bit more ecologically conscious and also produce a product at a cheaper price.
Okay. Now, what would you say, to the grower who is like, yeah, well, that sounds really expensive, the one side, the one piece of equipment to kind of rule it all, when I think, a lot of growers are Frankensteining together, their grows.
Very true. It's difficult to be sustainably minded and minimize your capital expense. Honestly, to be efficient, which is what it really comes down to, efficiency costs money. You have to put money into systems, you have to put money into equipment. But if you want to do something, if you're truly passionate about it and it's your dream and it's your goal, you find a way. And if it's also your dream and your goal, you want it to succeed. So you don't want to shortcut yourself. You don't want to limit yourself. And yeah, sometimes you got to bootstrap things together and make choices, but maybe that's where you sacrifice on something else so you can put the money into something like your HVADC. That's one system that you're never ever going to change. If you are, you're changing your entire facility. So why wouldn't you make your single largest capital expense the right one for the long term versus piecemealing it? Do something else that's going to offset that expense. Maybe you don't get the best lights right off the bat. Maybe you don't get the top-notch irrigation systems, but you do put the money into the things that you need right away that are going to control your entire environment. Now, when it comes to lights, things like PPFD is really, really important for what you want to be able to hit at your canopy. But what you need to consider is operationally what that light costs you. So what's your micromole per joule conversion? What is your actual square footage that light covers effectively with a solid PPFD footprint? Because you'll find a lot of fall offs when you start looking at certain lighting companies that they'll have a couple of great numbers, but then other ones not. There's big holes, which means you need a lot of cross lighting, which means you need more lights, which means you're actually putting more energy into that specific space than if you used a different light. You also really want to consider things like how you're going to offset temperatures from that, because you don't want lights that are absolutely fantastic but are producing so much heat that now your HVADC has to offset a lot more than if you were using a light that was slightly lower progression but was able to not make your HVADC work better. So it's all about how the systems integrate together. That's where sustainability really comes in.
Right. And I bet that's where things run amok when you're Frankensteining things together. You're just trying to maintain that homeostasis, and every new ingredient that you add, has its own, its own side effects, if you will. So, and I think it's important to mention, to folks in the audience, that, Ben Morgan-Dillon is a green facilities expert and consultant. You work with the big guys on helping to make their facilities more sustainable and more green. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's really what I've been focusing on for the past few years, is trying to turn our green industry a little bit greener, and trying to help a lot of the people that are doing good work be able to survive and thrive in the developing market as there's consolidation and more MSOs come online. This industry that we love and work really hard for is going to be changing in the next few years quite rapidly as more states come online, and as soon as federal comes online, especially, e-commerce is really going to change what the market looks like. So if you want to be able to establish yourself now and survive that turn of event, then you need to do it with a very long-term mindset, and really be able to, have sustainability integrated from your floor plan up. have that 10-year plan built in from the ground up.
Yeah, that is great advice. I mean, it's just you're making this huge investment in your future. Why wouldn't you think along those lines? But it's easy to get excited and just want to do what you can do now and think, okay, well, next year I'll change it. But it's tough. I think a lot of growers lose a lot of money and resources, and unfortunately sometimes their love for it, even because they're not as successful as they'd hoped, because they are kind of rushing into it.
Yeah, there's the age-old adage that 1 ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And honestly, in cannabis, I think that it might be more like maybe 5 pounds of cure. But it really comes down to just prior planning prevents poor performance.
Yeah. Good point. Always wise words. So Wendy and James, since you're both in the same frame, I'm going to ask you both this question. How can commercial grows begin to start to employ regenerative farming practices? It sounds good. You want to be able to do it, but it's like, I've come this far and I've got to answer to these investors, and I'm not going to have my business if I don't keep producing what I'm producing, and I know what works. But how can they move in that direction?
Hire Ben. No, the real answer though is that it is a learning curve, and knowing how and when to do things and why to do them and how to make it cost effective. Really hire a good consultant if you don't know what steps to take and you don't have the time or energy to try, or money to try and figure it out yourself.
Right.
We have so many people contact us saying like, oh my gosh, I hired this guy, he was $300 a day, and like my grow is trashed. What do I do? And it's usually at the point that it's gone too far. I'm like, you're so far into bloom, and there's so many problems like trying to turn around at this point. And usually this is via, online interactions. I'm like, this is a boots on ground situation. Like you have to have somebody who really knows what they're doing and has been there before and is worth the money. So again, kind of like what Ben is saying, is that initial capital expense is sometimes hard, but what you're going to do is you're going to save on your operational expenses from then on out, because the learning curve of starting to farm regeneratively, you're looking at a good 3 to 5 year learning curve where you're going to make mistakes. And at this point, they can be so costly that you're not able to get through to the point where you're bringing in enough money to make those mistakes not a big deal. So
Right.
And then a very simple answer that anybody can do, that you don't need a consultant for this step, but you might need to figure out how to, you're gonna have to refigure out how to grow again, is simply transitioning from pots or bags into beds, and to stop dumping your soil. If you want living soil, you're not changing it out every single cycle. You can't really buy living soil in a bag. Most of the, quote unquote, living soils that I've scoped once I got them have limited microbiological activity. So you really need to know that, you're using that as a starting medium, and that's great, but you're going to have to kind of, feed your soil in order to get it sweetened in that spot where it's just on point and easy. And it does take a little bit of time, and it takes somebody who has a little bit of know-how to really make it simple. If you don't have that, money or the person to tap to say like, can I get some help on this? You can definitely start by taking small steps, transition part of your grow. Don't always go all in, because if you make one of those little mistakes that costs, big time at the end, you didn't lose everything. So transition slowly, ask for advice, get help. If you want to go fast and you don't want to transition slowly, you have to hire somebody to help you stay on point, especially at commercial cultivation levels.
Great. God, that's great
I don't
advice.
know how much more I can add to that, other than I'll reiterate, start small. And if you are going to hire someone to come into your facility and help you transition, still you need to start small. And you need to do your due diligence and make sure that the person that's coming into your facility isn't going to come in and fuck up your grow. because that's your livelihood and it happens a lot. So be sure whoever you're listening to is qualified. They know what they're doing. They can back up what they're saying. Hopefully they have a team behind them that can back them up.
References.
Some references, other grows.
At least 5.
Yeah. So do your due diligence and do some research and find out who's coming into your grow. That's key. That can save you a ton of money and heartache down the line.
Oh my God, say it louder for the people in the back. You know, that is what I'm really hearing from, Oklahoma, our neighbors to the north. What is happening is a lot of folks are kind of losing their shirts because they're excited to be in the biz, and they're hiring these consultants from California. And oh Lord, it's just not working out. But it's, I think it's also important to mention that, if you hire a consultant, that they've done work in the area, that they've done work in the region, if you are, in fact, I think, not looking to farm in a box and looking to use, your resources and the nature around you.
Even if you're farming in a box, it's still going to be, tempered by your outside environment. So farming in an indoor grow in Colorado, where it is just dry and cold in the winter and hot and dry in the summer, it's just dry, right? Is very different than Oklahoma, which is just, very moist. Like Oklahoma has all kinds of trouble with leaf spot diseases, right? Colorado doesn't have that, but they have issues with Aspergillus and total yeast and mold content. California on the coast is very different than California inland. And even indoor, you still have outside air coming in. So you still have to know what your environmental factors are in the area that you're at and why they're there. Why is Aspergillus a problem in Colorado? Well, it's a problem there because it's being drawn in. It's really prevalent in their soils. So as it gets dry, it gets dusty. As it gets dusty, the dust gets picked up by the wind, blows in through the filtration, and now you have an issue inside the grow. So, again, it's an indoor, it's enclosed, it is a controlled environment, but you cannot control everything. You just, maybe if we're on the moon, we might be able to control everything, but until that happens, you got to realize you can't control it all.
Right. God. Great point. So why don't we hear a little bit more from our friend and fellow grower, Jim Belushi, over in Southern Oregon? Dan, hook me up, baby. What advice would you have for growers just starting out, right now? Maybe those growers who are a little intimidated to start.
Well,
wisdom.
I don't pretend to have advice for professional growers. That's like chefs giving chefs advice.
What about home growers?
Home growers.
People who just want to be closer to the plant, but who may be just intimidated. They don't know, where to start, or they're just nervous about it. They don't think they have the skills for it.
Well, there's a few things. First of all, it's a weed. You can throw it in your backyard and it will grow. And then you can start the relationship, and the plant will tell you what to do, when to prune, when the leaves get a little brown, not overwatering it, keep it in the sun, it needs to have airflow. But on the growing Belushi, my cousin Chris and I actually go through a competition of growing. And we go to Grow Generation, which is the, Walmart, Home Depot of cannabis growing products. They got all the nutrients, everything. And we do a race and we create a package of a grow kit. And we list it on the show. And Grow Generation was so excited about it that they said, we're going to make that kit and call it a Belushi Farms Grow Kit. So they're doing that right now. So you can literally go into Grow Generation or go online and pre-order for a Belushi Farms Grow Kit, where it's a tent that gives you everything to grow, instructions, and you can grow your 6 plants, your 5 plants, whatever your state allows you to do. Totally indoor, with the lights and the fans. That's one thing you can do. the other advice is just love it, make sure it has nitrogen, nice soil, porous soil. It's like growing tomatoes. You want to give it the best soil. You want to give it the best light. You want to give it the best air. Air is very important. Those girls like the breeze. You have to worry about the weather because they're strong. You just don't want to get cold, too cold at night.
You're sweet. You sound like a dad giving advice for, you're going out on the night on the town and giving advice to the babysitters. Very cute.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just, you could really tell, I could really tell that Jim was just loved it so much. He kind of got giddy when he was talking about it. And I thought that was really cute. I don't know. I loved it. So before we wrap up, you guys, calling all growers, all about sharing information, and being the best you can be at whatever level you are. Right. So, while ask your questions, ask them now, in the chat room. You've got about 9 minutes. But let's ask the panelists, what resources would you recommend for growers out there? What are your favorite resources? Ben, let's start with you.
Whatever's local to you that you can utilize that is inexpensive. A lot of what sustainability and natural farming is about is utilizing what's readily available to you, because there's carbon footprints attached to everything and there's expenses attached to everything. So the farther something has to travel to get to you, the less ecologically sustainable, the less business sustainable that it is, and the higher it's going to cost. So doing your due diligence, doing your homework to find local resources that you can utilize. And sometimes that means, reaching out to people that are more communicated into the community than you are. But there's always places that you can look, always people you can talk to.
Great. Awesome. And what about informational resources? Are there any blogs that you like? I know that you have a website. Where can people find you? And then tell us what else you would recommend.
So you can find me at www.acadiafarmsfamily.com or Benjamin Acadia Farms on Instagram, and also Acadia Farms Family on Facebook. We actually just launched a new website. We were originally a products facing company, and we've transitioned over the past period now to be much more services facing, because that's really where the industry has been taking me. And I've been loving doing the education work. So it's something I really wanted to embrace. And as far as other educational points that I would say are really solid, the whole teaming book line, teaming with microbes, teaming with fungi, those are really, really phenomenal resource. They're a great starting point for people that are looking for something that's really text-based that they can learn from. If you're looking for something a little more interactive, Chris Trump has a lot of really wonderful natural farming videos on YouTube. However, they are guidelines. They are not exclusively educational. You absolutely cannot learn to natural farm from just what he gives you on there. It's amazing and incredible content, but so much of natural farming is taste, touch, smell, feel, emotion, philosophy, and you can't really get that from anywhere other than one of his hands-on courses, which was the third thing I would recommend. Is if you're interested in natural farming, attend one of the Soil Smith and Chris Trump's classes. They're really amazing educational experiences. I believe there's going to be one on the East Coast here on Cape Cod this year.
Ooh, what month?
I'm not sure yet, but I believe in the fall.
Okay.
I think it's October. I have the dates written down. It's at David DeWitt's farm.
Yeah.
October. Okay. Well, I mean, I survived Massachusetts in February, so I feel like I can do it all. Okay, James and Wendy, let's talk about resources, best resources that you have to, the advice that you have to for growers, resources. Where can people find you? Informational, all that good stuff.
Well, I think it depends on how you're coming to natural farming, where you should start. If it's a completely foreign idea to you, growing plants, maybe something you've never done, There's a book called One Straw Revolution, which is kind of like a story of a guy learning how to natural farm. And so that's a way to really just kind of get psyched about learning all of this stuff. And Ben mentioned the Teaming With series by Jeff Lowenfels, Teaming with Microbes, Teaming with Nutrients, and Teaming with Fungi. Those are really, really good books. They are user friendly. So it is broken down in layman's terms. It's pretty easy to understand. You can find Jeff Lowenfels on YouTube talking about the soil food web. So what I would suggest for farmers or growers who are new to natural farming or organic growing, they're maybe using salt-based nutrients, they should go online and learn about the soil food web. Learning the soil food web and the basics behind how that functions is really how you need to start to put all this together. If YouTube is an easier way for you to consume information and start down this path, that's a good place to start. Find Joshua Steensland on YouTube and look for his no-till talks. It's a very simple method. So being as simple as possible and not overthinking things is a really good place to start. So that way you don't end up overcomplicating things and down a path where like you've built up this giant bed of soil and it has 20 different amendments in it because you thought the way to go is building a super soil. Well, it's not a living soil. It's a giant bed of a media with a bunch of different dry amendments. So maybe you didn't do it right because you don't have the foundation yet. So get to some in-person classes like Ben mentioned. Chris Trump's a great one to go to if you're looking to learn Korean natural farming and making your own inputs. His videos on YouTube, you can find them on our website, organiccultivators.net. So that's a good place to go for information. And we're starting to build that out some more. Ben is someone who's helping us do that. But yeah, just learn as much as you can, read as much as you can, go online, find groups, but be discerning, get information from good people, find out who you're getting information from. People like Wendy, people like Ben, people like Chris, Dan Kittredge, go to them for who they learned from. And that's a good way to go. John Kemp's podcast, listen to John Kemp. It's a podcast that's available. That's a great one to listen to. I could go on and on, but yeah.
Yes, I love it. Take the baton, Wendy.
I was like, hey, podcast. I was going to mention that.
Get out of my head.
Shaping Fire is my very favorite podcast ever.
What is it called?
A great interviewer, and he has really, really good resources on it. Todd also, Kiss Organics has a great podcast. Shaping Fire is like the podcast where I was like, oh, this is why people like podcasts. Now I get it. This is super cool. I also love No-Till Farmers, I think it is. It's a guy named Jesse, and he goes into a lot of different farming. This is more just farming specific, not cannabis specific. And then I have people that, have kind of become more recent. Sorry, we've got 5 kids also. So, we're kind of in our downtime here. So they keep coming and interrupting us. Them and the cats.
Thank you.
So people that I've, have recently entered, and by recent, I mean in the last like 3 to 5 years, entered my sphere of like, ooh, I love these people. There's a lady named Nicole Masters who's in Australia, and she's phenomenal. There's a lot of, if you just search them, you can usually find either articles or interviews or podcasts or YouTube, all the above, right?
Oh yeah.
So Nicole Masters is amazing. Of course, we mentioned Dan Kittredge, who's amazing. He has a 9-part thing on YouTube with the Bionutrient Food Association, and it's just like mind-blowing how much information he covers in that. And there was somebody else that I was just thinking of. Dr. James White. So Dr. James White is at Rutgers over there on the East Coast, and he goes into the rhizophagy cycle, and it's all about how roots work in the soil and why living soil is important. Because with Korean natural farming, we're very focused on fungi. We want to make sure we're fungally dominant in our soil because our understanding is that they're better at mining minerals and things. but he actually goes into how bacteria is incredibly important and how roots will actually like suck bacteria into their system, rip off the exoskeleton, if you will. It's not an exoskeleton, but you know, you get the idea.
I like the drama.
Little gory. Rips it apart, pulls the nutrients that are in that outer cellular wall into itself, and then spits it back out, where it either has to rebuild its outer cell wall or it dies. And he has videos of this. You can look at it. He has one on YouTube. If you search James White rhizophagy cycle, you can see this video of it happening like in real time, watching bacteria go into the root. I mean, it's mind blowing. It's just stuff that I'm like, as a soil science nerd, like I totally geek out on where we are now compared to where we used to be. Like why we don't want to soak our seeds in hydrogen peroxide, or if we do, we want to then re-inoculate, because those seeds, even the second that they germinate, they need to have bacteria around them. So, you know, I mean, I could go on and on and on, but those are kind of like my main kind of resources of people to search out. And I just ordered, and it literally came in yesterday, a book by Nicole Masters called, I think it's For Love of Soil or something like that. So I'm really excited to start, you know, digging into that on our next plane trip. And then Cannabis on Instagram, I usually do a lot of informational things. I share a lot of my side-by-sides. We also do have a YouTube channel, which I think is completely empty right now. But this summer, we are really dedicated to getting content out, talking about every little thing that we do, as we do it, why we do it, so that there's a little bit more in-depth information, not just here's how to transplant, but also here's why. And, you know, I covered that, and that was a decent little chunk of time, right? But going into all the other things about that as well, like, you know, why we don't want to use salt-based nutrients and how that actually affects the soil at a really real time. Like, awesome to use sunshine, awesome. I'm fine with supplemental lighting. I don't have issues, you know, but we do know that the sunshine interacts with the soil in different ways. So there's just so much information, and there's also a lot of bad information. So again, as we keep reiterating, like, pay attention to who you're talking to and listening to, and don't necessarily follow the hype, but really be a little bit reserved with, you know, like asking questions. I love it when people ask hard questions, or when people are like, that is not my experience. I'm like, that's rad. I love seeing something that works different for somebody else.
Yeah.
But, you know, in general, there are certain things that just seem to hold true no matter where you are. And usually that has to do with the soil food web.
Yeah. And so YouTube channel is Cannabis and Organic Cultivators. And we're going to be speaking at Spanvis.
Yeah.
So we're going to Spain to speak at Spanvis.
Oh, guys, all the cool kids are going. Say hi to Jim Belushi for me. Well, I'm just so grateful for your time, Wendy, James, and Ben, truly, for, you know, sharing your knowledge and your tribal knowledge, and with those growers who, you know, who are inspired by you, and, you know, who want to do better and grow better. And it's really my joy in life to help facilitate that conversation. So thank you so much for that. I want to remind everyone to, you know, follow, subscribe to the show, subscribe to Pro Cannabis Media on YouTube. It's Pro Cannabis Media on all of the streaming channels. So go ahead and just get that app. Green Rush Live is happening tomorrow. And I hear that one Terry Booth, the CEO of Audacious, will be on the show tomorrow. Audacious is a new private equity firm here in America. Terry Booth, though, is Canadian, formerly of Aurora. So he's kind of a big dog. So tune in to Green Rush Live tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody, for joining this webinar. We hope to see you next month. In 2 weeks, we'll have our next Calling All Growers show. We'll be announcing our special guests very shortly here. So stay tuned in. Until then, I'm Liz Grow, and I'm calling all growers. We'll see you next time.
Meet Caduceus Science, the alternative wellness company. You know CBD, but how about CBG, CBN? That's right, Caduceus Science produces a range of full-spectrum products, all lab-tested in small batches to maintain the highest quality of products. CaduceusScience.com. Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Oh, hi. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and I was just watering our fake plants in the studio here outside of Boston. You see, when it comes to growing things, leave me out of it. I'll leave it to the experts. And we all know the real superstars of the cannabis industry are the growers. Well, there's a supernatural organic growers conference that's coming to Massachusetts here in early February. That's right. This coincides with our new growing initiative here at the network for the cannabis industry. You see, the new year of 2022 brings growth to Pro Cannabis Media, literally, and in our programming. Our new live show is called Calling All Growers with High Times TV personality Liz Grow and Skunk Magazine editor and Humboldt native Wendy Kornberg. That's right, that live show debuts Wednesday, February 9th here at the network. And amazingly enough, the conference for growers, the first one ever, bringing in people from Humboldt County and the Emerald Triangle all the way to the East Coast to Massachusetts, is in Sturbridge, February 11th, 12th, and 13th. And yes, Liz Grow and Wendy will both be at that conference as well. Some of the most well-known growers from Humboldt County in California head east for the first time with their stories and experiences from that Emerald Triangle. Massachusetts' own Acadia Farms, Ben Morgan Dillon, will be one of the featured speakers at this year's conference at the Sturbridge Conference Center that Friday, 11th through the 13th at 8 a.m. So for more information, log on to organiccultivators.net for info and tickets. So grow with PCM TV and the Supernatural Conference, will ya?
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Welcome to Calling All Growers. I'm your host, Liz Grow, and I am so thrilled to be here tonight and to be a part of this incredible program. Calling All Growers is all about the growers in the cannabis industry, the growers who are our superstars, our healers, our nurturers, the folks that, without these men and women, we would not have this incredible plant that's healing so many today. And so I am just over the moon because growers and cultivators are my favorite people to learn from. And so tonight I have with me as a very special guest and co-host, the expert master cultivator from Humboldt, second generation cannabis cultivator, son of us, Full Sun Farms in Humboldt, Miss Wendy Kornberg. Wendy, thank you for co-hosting with me tonight.
Hi, Liz. Thanks so much for having me. This is amazing. I'm really, really honored to be here and really honored to be talking with somebody about cultivation, since I've been doing this growing up, in the community and in the culture of cultivating. It's very cool to be experiencing this with you. So thank you.
Yeah, it's just, for me, we could talk for the entire show, just you and I. I have so many questions about what it must have been like just to grow up with, as with cannabis cultivation as your family business. Could you just, humor me a little bit and tell me about what that's like as, coming from a woman from Texas?
Yeah, growing up in Humboldt County in California in the 70s, 80s, 90s, it wasn't something, I think all children experience this, that whatever you're growing up and whatever you're doing, it's just part of the norm. So, the 1 acre garden that had fruit trees and tomatoes and cucumbers and some weed was nothing, nothing out of the norm. It was nothing, just another plant. It wasn't a big deal. And then it really was, when we got into the whole DARE program and they tried bringing that into our school. And that was, I think the police lasted like 2 days in our junior high before we started all laughing, because when it became this, marijuana is a very evil thing. And if you see people doing this, you should turn them in. And everybody's like, oh, we're done here. This is, you got to go. Like, that's not part of our culture at all. We don't turn people in. We don't rat on people. We take care of our own, and we're doing just fine over here. So, wasn't anything different. And then getting into college and finding out that, like, oh wow, people like, I think I showed up with a quarter pound to my friend's house at one point and they were like, I have never seen that much weed in my life. And I was like, oh, this is like nothing. So that was really where it started to become very obvious that, like, oh yeah, I probably grew up a little bit differently than most people.
Oh my God, that is so incredible. And you grew up knowing the difference between good quality cannabis and, swag.
No, we didn't have swag. I had no idea what swag was till I got into college.
Wow. Oh my God, that's incredible. I am in Texas. I'm deep in the heart of Texas, behind enemy lines, working to advocate for marijuana policy reform here in Texas and make it so my fellow Texans can grow this beautiful plant, grow this medicine for their needs, and certainly get this medicine as an alternative to many, harmful prescription meds. But I am educating a group. I'm working to educate a group of people who, some of them truly believe that this is the devil's lettuce.
Yeah.
Okay. They truly believe that. And some folks are still hung up on the fact that if we allow more cannabis acceptance, then the kids will get it and they'll get it in their hands and they'll get sick. So obviously, you're coming from, the heart of, the cannabis culture and cannabis cultivation in this country. What would you tell those people and those parents specifically?
Yeah, the big thing in California, even when Proposition 64 was passing, there was a lot of pushback from the same, even though California, everybody thinks of it as this beautiful free state, we still have a lot of people that are very conservative with cannabis policy.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big conversation. But what about the children? And my response has always been, what about the children? But what about them? What? It is a plant. And I understand once you're getting into concentrates and once you're getting into edibles, that can start to tread the line of, you need to be more cautious. Don't leave a pan of pot brownies out on the counter. Your children will get them and they will eat them. I guarantee it. And it will be a very, very interesting, 6 to 24 to 48 hours. And it could possibly be dangerous. So be conscientious about it. But when it's a growing plant, it's literally just another plant. I grew up around the growing plants. My children grew up around the growing plants. They don't see it as anything different. And they show no interest in consuming it. It's not like my kids are out there trying to figure out how to get high. They're like, we don't really care. It's not that big of a deal. We've removed the taboo. It's not, honestly, I tried smoking a cigarette before I tried smoking cannabis. because there was more of a taboo about tobacco than there was about weed. So there's a really good personal reference of, but what about the children? I also
Right.
got drunk before I started smoking cannabis.
Right.
I mean, these are real conversations that people are still trapped in this whole ideology of reefer madness. And it's just, it's outdated, it's unrealistic. And when it comes to, you know, that's just like personal story of children in cannabis. But even when it comes to regulation and policy, it becomes you have to learn how to speak their language. You can't say like, well, weed isn't that bad. You have to be able to say like, well, we understand that, you know, you see this as something very dangerous. And there's been a lot of propaganda about how dangerous cannabis is. But we also do know that it has amazing medical benefits. So let's not say weed for everybody, but let's say, what about cannabis for Susie who has epilepsy and has seizures? We know it can help that. What about cannabis for people going through chemotherapy that aren't able to keep food down? What about, and you start opening the door and giving regulators and, you know, policymakers and even, you know, Jack and Jane next door who do believe in devil's lettuce and that it is evil. You give them something to step away from that gently, instead of just going full into like, hey, there's nothing wrong with this. Like, okay, we understand you're fearful. So what about making exceptions for people that this can really help? What about when we read these stories about these people that are alive today because of cannabis medicine? Can we make exceptions for these people? And then that can start to open their mind and they can start to see that maybe this isn't as bad as I thought it was. And it can really change the conversation, and it can give your advocacy a whole platform to stand on that isn't as much of a fight. It's more of a gentle leading into, you know, this isn't so bad. This isn't as bad as you thought it was.
Right. It's not like an alarm clock in your ear. It's more like one of those like sun, you know, gradually the lights coming on and you're like, you know, and then that it really does. I feel like, you know, in the position that I am in here in Texas, being able to educate from such a dark place of reefer madness, I feel very fortunate to be able to do that. And, you know, one of the reasons why I love hanging out with cultivators and learning from cultivators is because that really removes the stigma of the plant as well, because we get to take it to the science. We get to take it to the level of how this plant interacts with human beings. And so I'd love to talk about Cannabis, the Full Sun Farms. You are the CEO and founder. I'm assuming this is your family farm. I'd love to hear more about your operation.
Yeah, so I'm a second generation cultivator from Humboldt County. That means that my parents cultivated. My dad also is a construction or a contractor. So he built tons of amazing houses and things. But, you know, like I said, growing weed was always kind of there and in the background. And in 2016, our county, Humboldt County, put together the first medical marijuana ordinance in our state that was going to be for recreational. And it was, you know, our county said, we're going to go ahead and, you know, we know you guys are doing this, so we're going to let you do it legally and stop worrying about us coming and busting you.
Yeah.
And
nice. Thanks.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was a really long process. It was years of them trying to figure out how to do it and us trying to figure out how to do it with them. And then 64 hit. And so then we had recreational cannabis, and then that changed the whole thing again. But during that whole time, the team was made up of myself, my partner, and my mother. She is still on the team. She still works with us. She cultivates. She's 72 years old. And you know, I constantly say my mom is probably one of the hardest working team members. She helps us take care of the kids. She plants, she harvests, she helps trim, she helps do it all. And it's really kind of an amazing, every now and then I come out and I start talking to people like you in Texas that, you know, there's not that many second generation, if any, cultivators. And if they are, they don't get to talk about it. So being able to be this representation of this multi-generation female cultivation team is a real honor and blessing, and quite a bit intimidating at times too, when people are like, you know, people like look to this as an example. I'm like, oh my gosh. And honestly, it's a great example to be, because I love my mom. She's amazing. We get along super well. And there's no way I would have been able to do any of this without her.
Oh God, that's so beautiful.
That was more about my mom than the company, but yeah.
No, but that's a cannabis. You know, we talk about the plant, but then we start talking about our connections to the plant and people, you know, around it. And That's what life is about, right? So yeah, talk to me about, this is an organic full sun farm. Tell me what that means, like in layman's terms.
So we've always done organic cultivation. Growing up, that was just how you farmed, was you used manure and you used, dried amendments, and you used water. There was no part A, B, and C weird fertilizers. There was no hydroponics. There was none of that. It was just in the ground, native soil, native water, throw some amendments at it now and then you're good to go. And but then most recently, as of I've actually lost track, it's maybe 5 or 6 years ago now, I started discovering Korean natural farming. And that really shifted. So we no longer say we are organic. We talk about being beyond organic. We talk about being beyond sustainable and actually into regenerative farming. And the first time I heard that term, I actually had to Google, because I went, what is regenerative farming? What's a regenerative farm? What does that even mean? And I looked it up.
Notes.
Yeah. Well, you can Google too. It works well. The very simple answer was regenerative farming is putting more back into the earth than you took out. And my immediate response to that was like, well, that's just farming. What? I don't understand. And I really had to think about, the middle of the States, and when you're driving through hours and hours and hours of nothing but cornfields, and then you drive through in the middle of winter and it's literally bare dirt. And I was like, oh, that's right. Traditional industrial agriculture is tillage, fertilizer, pesticide, herbicide, till, fertilize, pesticide, herbicide, kill, poison, death, and then try and grow something that's the only thing you want. And it's very much not at all the way that I think, or the way that we know for certain, a way that works. It is a way to produce a inferior food product. It is a way that we create giant dust bowls. It's a way that we're literally destroying our earth. We're killing by tilling, and it's really, really bad. So we're on the opposite spectrum. We utilize everything on our farm for our farm. So most of our inputs we make ourselves. We make our own fertilizers out of weeds. We make our own amendments out of, like, we have some chickens, we have rabbits. We are going to be looking towards getting other animal husbandry as we build the farm out. We have a pond that is a rainwater catchment pond, so we're not taking water out of the water table. And
beautiful rainwater.
It's amazing. It's really working with nature to create a product. And, we're doing pretty good. We're winning awards and things with our cannabis too. So people are like, well, you suffer in quality. I'm like, nope, you sure don't. And then people are like, well, you suffer in yield. I'm like, no, our yield is the same. It's the same as standard organic. And, I did delve into some indoor back in the day, and I tried hydroponic for a really short period of time and discovered it was way too difficult for me. Like, all the tinkering and, pH constantly. And I was just like, this is really hard, you guys. By hydroponic people. I'm like, whoa.
Like, why would you do that when you have the soil out here?
Exactly. I'm like, I get to put it in the ground, and then I get to hang out and take pictures of my feet and smell flowers. That's my farm. I'm good with that.
Oh my God. I want to come visit. How big is the farm?
We are a 160 acre ranch under cultivation. We only have 18,000 square feet currently, so a little under half an acre. We do have the option to go up to about an acre, which would include 20,000 square feet of a dry farm, which means that we would not irrigate it at all. But, for anybody who's been paying attention to the California cannabis market, it's a bit upside down. There's a lot of overproduction going on. So we're just walking slowly in that direction. And mostly I want to do it because I have never actually done dry farming before. I've been studying it for years, and now I'm just like, oh, I'm so ready to get it going. But I'm pretty sure it'd break my heart to produce this amazing cannabis and then not be able to sell it because we're, overproducing by like 20 million pounds or something ridiculous.
Oh God, it just hurts my soul as a Texan.
Right?
There's 20 million pounds of gorgeous Cali bud just sitting there.
I know. I'm like, we need to bring it to you guys. We need to
interstate commerce. Oh, but it will be amazing.
But honestly, you know what the real truth is? I would rather teach Texans how to do this. I would rather teach everybody. Like, I have a horrible business model. My business model is everybody grows their own, and I can't sell mine anymore.
Oh my God, I can't wait to hug you. I cannot wait to hug you, Wendy. That is absolutely it. That's the most beautiful thing. And that's the point and mission of this show, is about encouraging and inspiring people to grow their own and to ask the questions that they're afraid to ask and to just try it out. I'm going to grow my own for the first time. It's going to be hemp, and I'm so excited. And you know, it may crash and burn, but that is okay, because I feel like it's more about the experience sometimes than the actual yield. But listen, but I know we have to go to break shortly, but I don't want to go to break before talking about this weekend, the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. You're hosting, Wendy Kornberg. Talk to us about this conference.
Yeah, we basically put together a conference that we really wanted to bring to the East Coast, because I have a lot of people that reach out and they're like, oh, I wish I could learn from you, but I am way over here. And originally we were thinking about keeping it on the West Coast. And eventually we just went, you know, we need to be over here. We need to be where things are really kind of coming to fruition quickly. And we want to encourage people to get ahead of the ball before the ball gets ahead of them. And so we put together a 3-day workshop. My partner, James Buer, is really the mastermind behind all of the, you know, the programming and getting a lot of our speakers. I reached out to some of our speakers, but he reached out to, for example, Dan Kittredge, who runs the Bionutrient Food Association. And the really cool thing about our conference that's very different is it's meant for farming and cannabis. So it's not exclusive to one or the other. It's not just about weed. And what we really see the future of this coming to is that cannabis is just going to be another crop like everything else. And hopefully it's going to stay a little bit higher priced so that the small farmers that are struggling with their food crops can have this as an additional income source. And then the smaller or larger farmers that are just cannabis can add food onto their farms as well. So we're trying to kind of bridge this gap of food and medicine and show people that, you know, what works for one may not necessarily work for the other, but there's an underlying ideology that works together with all of it. And it really does come down to the opposite of industrial agriculture. It comes down to regenerative. It comes down to polycrops, poly planting, right? That's not the word. Somebody will correct me.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, the comments are open.
Monocrops, right?
Yeah, not
monocrop.
Right,
So,
right. Yeah, yes. Well, I'm not even going to go there. Okay, because I know that we have to take a break, but thank you for giving us that intro. When we come back, I do want to talk more about the agenda of the conference and really what attendees can expect to learn. And we'll have a guest with us, a new guest, Mr. Benjamin Morgan Dillon, founder of Acadia Farms, will be with us. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this message from our generous sponsors.
Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Hi, my name's Tai Chang. I'm the president and founder of Aloha Green Apothecary in Hawaii. We're a vertically integrated medical cannabis company with 3 dispensaries, 1 extraction lab, and 1 cultivation center near the North Shore of Oahu. We have over 150 employees now, and we've been working with Adaptive HR to meet our human resource needs. We're super excited to work with them as we expand, and we've grown at least 2-3 times over the last 2 years. So we look forward to a good relationship with Adaptive, and come visit us in Hawaii anytime. Aloha.
Hi, my name is Janice O'Reilly. I'm a partner with AAF CPAs, a national CPA firm that specializes in cannabis. We're based out of Boston. We have been working with Adaptive HR for several years and have recommended them to our clients, who have all been extremely happy with their service and their responsiveness.
Calling All Growers with Liz Grow is supported by the Grow Kit from StyleLighting.shop, Adaptive HR, built for your cannabis business, Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first, by Accounting Buds, your accountant in cannabis, and by Salient Video Surveillance Systems for today and tomorrow's security. Want to learn from the best growers? Sign up for our Growers webinar in exactly 2 weeks. Go to procannabismedia.com and sign up today.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Calling All Growers, and I'm your host, Liz Grow. And here we are back for our second segment of the show. We've been talking to Wendy Kornberg of Cannabis Full Sun Farms, Humboldt Farms. And now we're back with Ben Morgan Dillon. We're so excited to have Ben Morgan Dillon with us. He's a sustainability and green facilities consultant and a regenerative farming expert and educator who will be a key speaker at the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference. So welcome, Ben. So great to have you join us.
Thanks, Liz. It's a pleasure to be here. I really enjoy what I do, and I enjoy getting to talk to people about it. And it's beautiful when you get to bring the things that you enjoy together.
Incredible. Yeah. So I want to start, Wendy and I were talking about the whys, the whys of you going beyond organic farming techniques and practices to regenerative. It sounds as if her family was started in that space. Did you yourself start with the organic and regenerative growing practices, or did you move into those practices?
No, I'm a convert. Well, with cannabis, I'm a convert. I grew up on a farm, and my grandmother had a green thumb, taught me a lot about, just growing herbs and flowers. All when I was a little kid, I spent a lot of time with her in the garden, and it was something I really enjoyed. But when I started growing cannabis, there really wasn't any information available, especially on the East Coast at that point. So you went to a grocery store and you asked them for help, and they gave you cocoa and chems. And it worked for me for a long time. I worked my way through a huge number of different product lines and spent, I don't even want to think about how many thousands of dollars on it. But I finally worked my way over, just because I'd always been a grower outside as far as vegetables, and we'd always grown organically on the farm. We had animals, we used compost and manures. And I don't know why it took so many years, but I just had this concept that cannabis was different and that you had to use these specially formulated chemicals that were exactly what the plant needs to get what you want out of it. I tried a handful of times that I just grew like a handful of seeds in mediocre soil, and the results were mediocre. So I decided, they must know what they're talking about. And then I finally went to the Regen conference, and I met Wendy, and I met Chris Trump and a handful of other incredible people like Leighton Morrison. And I left completely just dumbstruck. It totally changed my approach to cannabis and cultivation in general. And now I've had the wonderful journey of going down the rabbit hole with these people, and had the honor of now being a teacher alongside them.
Wow, that's an incredible story. So what are the techniques that you get most excited about opening people's eyes to, opening other growers' eyes to?
Regenerative agriculture in general is it's pretty unique in its approach as far as what most people are used to with conventional ag or just conventional growing methods.
Mm-hmm.
The one that I really enjoy the most, though, it's Korean natural farming, and it's really what brought the inner geek out of me a little bit more. And just getting people to be able to taste, touch, smell, and enjoy different preparations that you make for plants.
Yes.
I love breaking down those concepts. FAA it's still to this day boggles my mind, but it's incredible. And so that's one of the things that I really enjoy and get most excited about, is the way that you can turn something that would be considered waste or byproduct into a very, very fruitful and productive system of fertilizing your soil and feeding your microbes and feeding your plants through the nutrient cycle.
And real quick, just because Ben, you blew through some acronyms there, and what I found is that a lot of people are like, I don't know what FFA, FFJ, what? So FAA, what he's talking about is fish amino acid, and it's using fish scraps and brown sugar and microbiology to create a plant nutrient that's high in nitrogen. And when he's talking also, you mentioned it really briefly at the beginning, but this is all for human health too. So I also practice Korean natural farming, and all the inputs we make for fertilizer, we can also ingest them in our own bodies, and most of us frequently do. And it's a way for human health also to bloom and blossom the way that our plant health does. So it's one of the coolest things ever.
Okay, I got to hear more about this. So give me an example of that. What input would you yourself ingest, and then would you give your plants?
Perfect example would be dinner that I'm going to be cooking in a little bit, which is going to be using rice, and I'm going to be making the rice with some FPJ, which is fermented plant juice. Specifically, this one is from aloe, and I find that it adds a really, really nice savory flavor to the meal, and it's delicious in itself. But I mean, FPJs in general often come out slightly like vinaigrettes. I use them actually pretty often on salads. I love ginger FPJ. Love cooking with that. I'm probably going to make some Thai food pretty soon with that. And then a general one just for overall health, sort of an immuno booster would be Oriental Herbal Nutrient, which is OHN, which is just a combination of a handful of things like angelica root, cinnamon, ginger, garlic, all things that naturally already have immuno boosting capacity, and just sort of help cleanse you out, keep you healthy and healthy, keep your microbiome in check.
Okay. I love that. I absolutely love that. And it makes so much sense, when you think about it. I can understand how people are clinging to maybe the practices that they learned about, in magazines, and believe in, nutrients that you could buy at the store to get big yields. But it seems to be distancing ourselves from nature, doesn't it? When we incorporate chemicals and different, I guess, inputs into our soil, because soil's not an input. I'm sorry. I am, the reason I'm the host of Calling All Growers is because I might be the dumbest grower out there. Just the newest, I have all the questions, but
no question is a bad question.
Thank you. So, and that's why I'm coming to the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference this weekend to learn. I'm going to have my notebook. I'm going to be just like recording everyone, talking to all of you, and just learning. So rather than ask just kind of a silly question, let me ask this, Ben. What are you most excited to present about at the conference this weekend?
So I've been diligently working on my presentation, and I think that I've really dialed it in pretty well, and I'm excited to present it to everybody. And it's gonna have some hot button topics in it, and it's gonna center basically around the concept of integrating regenerative and sustainable practices in cannabis cultivation, but also specifically indoors. A lot of people, when you tell them you're going to grow cannabis, you're going to grow it indoors, and you're going to do it organic, they already have a little bit of a hard time following you. And then you tell them that you're going to do it regeneratively, and they're completely lost. They think that it's all just going to be complete woo-woo. And I mean, really, there's solid science that backs it. And a lot of it actually comes down to just properly utilizing the environment that you're being given, preferably being able to do ground up construction where you can actually tailor the facility and everything that needs to be in that facility towards cultivation and towards the style of cultivation that you're going to be doing. You really need to be able to take into account all those factors. So I'm really excited to show how lean operations and facility design really are two of the most integral parts of a cultivation facility, and making it, really successful and efficient.
Wow, that's incredible. So it's not just about growing techniques, cultivation techniques, but it's about facilities. And it just feels like some insider info. Wendy, what do you think about this presentation, about what Ben's talking about? Have you heard of it? Are you psyched for it?
I am. I'm actually really excited because Ben does have so much experience in this, and it is a really common struggle that when you get to, I consult mostly with greenhouse growers and outdoor cultivators, because the indoor guys, they still have a hard time figuring out. They're like, you can't do this that way. And I'm like, oh, you absolutely can. And, I have a few small samples of clients that have done it successfully, but having somebody like Ben that's able to come in and say, listen, if you can just let me help you start by building it out the right way, it's easier. Usually I'm coming in when it's like, we need help. And I'm like, okay, we need to kind of figure out how to revamp this and how to do this, completely differently. And it's a much slower process. So the more information that Ben can get out there to people to give them inspiration to get started the right way, it's just exponentially faster growth curve and an exponentially faster success rate than, when things have already fallen apart and everything's on fire and you're trying to, put out the fire with one blanket and a water wand.
Oh, sounds like you've been there, Wendy.
Which is still, still possible. We still do that too. Like anything's fixable.
Yeah, truly. Wow. It really is fascinating to think about regenerative growing cultivation indoors. So that's something that I'm excited to like dive more into. But again, we were talking a bit about the why. Why would anyone even consider going down this road when there are, ostensibly there are tried and true practices, there's bro science, there's all the nutrients, there's everything that we need to get what we want and get the perps. Tell me why regenerative?
Yeah, so really for me, it comes down to I want to put back into the system more than I take out. Whether that's a plant system, whether that's my community, my family, I feel that it's sort of it's a responsibility as as humans that we should improve the environments that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the ways that I can do that is to help to minimize the environmental and ecological impacts that cannabis cultivation has. Unfortunately, the green industry is one of the dirtiest and most polluting. We are an industry full of turn and burn techniques. We've got a huge amount of waste that we produce, and the nutrients that we use, though highly effective in proper application, are mined minerals. They're things that are stripped from the land, and there's a huge amount of waste that goes along with the processes of creating and transporting them. So the why that I really focus on is just the way that I can touch one group of people and have a large ripple effect across the world, where if I'm able to help clean up one of the dirtiest industries, as far as specifically agriculture, then I'm able to have a much larger impact than if I were to attack something like that already has a substantial amount of work put into it, or is just a cleaner industry to start with.
Right.
So that's one of the main reasons why I do what I do, is that I want to improve the industry that I really believe in and provide better knowledge of ways to do things than I knew myself. And I mean, really, I've just had amazing mentors and teachers, Wendy being one of them, that have really been able to, like she said, skip that huge learning curve. I spent over a decade, like 16 years, learning and researching and trying to find solid data. And then within the past 5 years, it just eclipsed all of the time that I spent in the previous decade. It's all because of finding the right teachers with science-backed information that you can actually utilize. That is, it's tried and true, yes, but it's legitimately clinically tested. It's data that you can replicate.
That's incredible. That's so incredible. And that's not something that you hear a lot in, certainly in cannabis cultivation. I mean, and that you bring up, you reminded me of a great point, is that we are having a workshop in 2 weeks. Ben and Wendy, I think you're both going to be at that workshop. Yes. Okay, great. That's
might be it. Well, I need the date again. I just got invited to be on a panel in Cannabis, so go to Barcelona.
Okay, well, I'll understand why you can't make it to the workshop, but it's an important, I think, time to plug these workshops, because this Calling All Growers series and show, it's not just about another kind of talking heads show and conversation about cannabis cultivation and techniques. It's about learning from the growers, learning from the experts. And so every month we're going to have a show like this that introduces techniques and new faces and new growers. And then in 2 weeks, we're going to have workshops with those growers. Those workshops will only be open to those people who have registered for the workshops. Typically, they're going to cost. Next month, the workshop will cost. This month, the workshop is free. We only ask that you register. And we'll have a special exclusive interview from Jim Belushi of Belushi Farms for that workshop. So it's definitely going to be a good one. So don't miss out. But I would love it if either one of you, both of you could pop in, because we're actually going to have growers who want to ask the questions, the hard questions, who are afraid, who are inspired, but maybe maybe they live on the other side of the country, and they don't know that they can accomplish what the two of you have with your lineage and with your resources. So.
And
workshops.
just for clarification, Liz, these are live workshops, right? So these are
Yes.
the people, they're going to be able to go on, and it's closed circuit, so it's not going to be broadcast anywhere. So if you do live in a place where, you know, like Texas, where you do maybe want to grow THC weed, but you really don't want anybody to know what you're doing, this is a great opportunity for you to pop in, get some questions answered, and still maintain your anonymity and not have to ask, you know, finding people on Instagram and then being nervous about DMing and hoping we get back to you and don't miss it. So it's a really novel approach to being able to do a workshop online for people that might not have access to this information otherwise.
Oh God, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. It just made my heart sing when you called out Texas and those Texas growers, those Liberty Market growers that we have, because you know, better believe that we have some really strong product out there, but you know, it's all Liberty Market. So we are about to go to break. But before we do, I just want to let everyone know that our next guests are not to be missed. Two, not just one, but two. We've got Kobe Guy and Patrick King. Kobe is the founder of Cellar Door Collective, which is an heirloom vegetable farm. And Patrick King is the soil king, basically. He's got 35 years in agriculture industry, from picks and shovels to licensed cannabis grows. So you don't want to miss our next guests. So during the break, you are going to meet my brand, my media brand, my show on High Times, and it's called Grow House. Grow House is a series that my husband and I have produced, and it's about my husband, Patrick. He's on camera too. And it's really all about two cannabis advocates and cannabis patients from Texas who have to go outside of our state to learn about the culture, to learn about the plant, and to bring that information back to our people and to our communities. So what you're about to see is when we got to visit Ascend Cannabis in Pueblo, Colorado. Theirs is an organic grow. And we got to learn from Scotty Embry. He is a master cultivator there and the founder of Ascend Cannabis. So that's what you're about to see. And if you want to see more about Grow House, you can find us on High Times TV. So see you when we're back.
I would like to sleep in this bed.
We have worms sleeping in this bed right now, too.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I take that back. Groovy, jazzy, funky, pounce, ounce, dance.
Children gather round.
Let's go to Pueblo.
Where?
Sunny Pueblo, Colorado.
We got invited to go to Ascend Cannabis Company, to both their grow operation and their storefront, and we got to get up close and personal.
Ascend comes from wanting to do something different, to ascend above the standard and to really provide something different. We want to see the world really benefit from it.
So you dry in here, and do you trim in here as well?
We dry in here, we trim in here.
Can we come work for you?
Yeah.
Could you imagine this is our job, just sifting? So your entire crop filters through this room.
Yep, every week we have plants coming down, fill it up, give it about 7 to 10 day dry time, and
it's just constant every day.
You know, demand is always there. So for us, we have to keep it perpetual. Oh, they're plants and they don't take holidays, weekends. They're here all the time, and we're farmers, so we follow their lead.
What room is this, Scotty?
This is our vegetative.
So what is tickling my thighs right now?
That would be me, maybe.
How many people do you estimate that this crop right here employs?
We're looking at 70, 80 employees right here. People are part of this. Look at the growth. I've seen cities change, but marijuana doesn't get enough credit. I'll give it the credit it deserves.
We will.
I salute all your babies.
Thank you, girls.
You're doing the goddesses' work here.
Thank you, girls.
And you have a girl. She's one now. What's it going to be like for her?
I picture a company that stands the test of time, that stands in integrity, that does things differently, even when it's not easier for them.
Federal regulation requires that you stay in the state that you grow in or that you're working in. So if you're a cultivator and your state overgrows, which pretty much every single one has either allowed too much cultivation or not enough, you know, what do you do with the excess product?
Calling All Growers with Liz Grow is supported by The Grow Kit from StyleLighting.shop, Adaptive HR, built for your cannabis business. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first. By Accounting Buds, your accountant in cannabis. And by Salient Video Surveillance Systems for today and tomorrow's security. Want to learn from the best growers? Sign up for our Growers webinar in exactly 2 weeks. Go to procannabismedia.com and sign up today.
Welcome back to Calling All Growers, everyone. I'm your host, Liz Grow, and we're here for this live edition of Calling All Growers. We have Ben Morgan Dillon with us. He's back from our last segment. And with us now are two new faces. We have Kobe Guy and Patrick King with us. Welcome, Kobe and Patrick, to Calling All Growers. How's it going?
It's going good. You know, just doing the deal in NorCal, getting ready to jump to the Boston zone. Pretty excited to land down and, you know, put some warm clothes on and take, you know, I got shorts and flip-flops on right now. It's going to be a little change.
Gonna be a little chilly. I'm in Texas, so I hear you, my friend. I hear you. I'm, you know, I will be in Boston as well. It's the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference. I can't say it enough, everyone. It's happening this weekend in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. And it's where the best in beyond organic farming and cultivation are coming together. So talk to me, Patrick King, the Soil King. You've had 35 years in the agricultural industry. When did you start seeing the trends or the tides turning to a more agriculture or a more organic, regenerative kind of way of doing things?
I mean, first, I always love to say there's no segregation in agriculture. And I'll repeat that for those that didn't hear. There's no goddamn segregation in agriculture. That's the way it is. And it's never going to change when we segregate. So with agriculture, 35 years, my first memories is my hands being in the soil. That's my first memory. My second memory, you know, and it's just been, you know, this whole life has been, it's the only consistent thing I've ever had in my life. And I'm blessed with that. Like, that's just like the best thing ever, you know. It's my serenity. I'm playing in my gardens today. I'm looking at bees all early coming in California. It's just crazy, and watching the flowers. And I mean, to be able to see outside, you know, the tunnel vision of the world, and actually look and be able to see what's in front of you and appreciate it is magical. Magical.
God, that's so true. There's just such, you know, divine geometry in it all, you know, and you can just really become fascinated. I feel like if we're able to slow down, and I think that's why I like hanging out with cultivators so much.
Yeah.
So Kobe, it's great to meet you, founder of Cellar Door Collective, organic heirloom vegetable farm. Sounds incredible. I read that you spent the last 4 years implementing KNF techniques on your farm. Is that right?
That's true. Yeah. As soon as I kind of picked up on KNF and just kind of was like, this is where I need to be. This is what I need to be doing. And it's definitely benefited my farm. I'm a smaller farm, so it works really nice for, you know, I don't buy big pallets of fertilizer, or never did. And so being able to make everything on site, on farm, and if a kid gets into it, it's totally healthy and fine for them.
Right. I love that. And you're a chef. So
I like growing food and cooking food and making food and
awesome.
Food and feeding people. Yeah. Everything with food. I love it.
So have you like changed your style now that you're, you know, the KNF, you know, believer and farmer, and it's what you're ingesting and it's what you're giving your plants? I mean,
have I changed? So I started farming professionally vegetables, actually out in New England here. It's been about 10 years since I've been out farming here, but moving back to California, people were like, you're crazy. It's expensive land and no water. Why would you move to farm vegetables in that kind of situation? But yeah, well, we'll get into that backstory a little bit more. Let's see, okay. Friday, how my little transition getting to there. But yeah, it's definitely changed everything. My, you know, bottom lines are very, very bottom. And it's fun to educate people because, like Ben was saying, it's very hands-on and tasting and getting into it, and it just sticks with you.
Oh, awesome. What do you find the biggest misconception is about it?
That you can't do it because you're not in Korea.
Okay.
Yeah, that usually throws people off, the whole Korean natural farming. Yeah. So sometimes we just refer to it as natural farming to keep it simple for folks early on.
Okay. Okay, good. Appreciate that. Awesome. So Patrick, do you employ KNF techniques? Do you have a farm? Or are you just the soil?
I mean, I do a little bit of everything. I ship soil around the world. I give a medium that's really exciting to work with. That's highly tested. It's I think Tom was his name, or Kobe. He's talking sustainability, right? He's feeding his soul from the produce to the kitchen to the plate. Like there's nothing better than hearing that and feeling that. And so in this, I'm the soil king. If anybody doesn't know out there, I also own, many cannabis licenses in California, in Oklahoma, as well as, I love just to cultivate, and I love fungi, and I love, creating IMOs. I love everything of the learn. We learn so much. It's just crazy on this. It's just unbelievable is what the knowledge is. So bliss out there, and it's in front of us. And like I said, you just have to go hiking through the woods and open your mind. Like it's all right there. Like it's just, everything's right there. So yeah, so I do a lot of that. I have Soil King distribution, where we distribute soil all across the United States, different places in the world. We have other products coming in. Wendy and I we have a product coming out. We have a bunch of different things happening. I have I'm a media company, Soil King Productions TV. So I do a lot of different things. I'm working on a big project with some networks right now, and that's all about hugelculture around the world, and taking legacy in every part of agriculture and giving them a voice. So there's so much stuff. I love it. This is my life. This is who I am. These are my tribe. These are my people. And I'm open to the education process always.
Oh, I love it. So what are you speaking at the conference this weekend?
I have a couple of them in a couple different times. One of them I'm really excited. I'm on the Outlaws panel. So I've been to prison. I've had the helicopters. I fought. I'm an active, total activist for cannabis. I can put that patch of pioneering cannabis to where it's at today and being part of that tribe. Building bridges with law enforcement instead of getting doors kicked in and babies taken away from families. I actually got them to think about how pushing them indoors and making them hide and using chemical products, bombs, and all these different things, and poisoning their children, and they're actually doing more harm than they ever thought. And so there's so much to all of that. And I'm standing here now feeling good on the path that we all created to get to where we're at.
Yeah, that's beautiful. On the East Coast, of all places, I feel like, this is it. I was so excited to just hear how it was really humbled. It's the West Coast. You've been farming, you've been using these practices, employing them, growing cannabis legally for so long. And now, the East Coast is just opening up, and, certainly they're not just starting to grow. Okay. They've been growing for a very, very, very long time, behind closed doors. But to be able to bring these beautiful regenerative practices, very healing, nurturing practices, I think, to the East Coast and East Coast cultivators is a really special thing.
It really is. I mean, just think about it. Just think if you have a regenerative style indoor and you're not buying soil every run, your runoff is adding value to the plants. I mean, to the planet, your intentions, everything is involved. You're saving the money, right? Let's talk about money. It's incredible amount of savings to be thinking. And then like Kobe's talking sustainability, right? That's been a hard word that's been stolen, raped, pillaged all the way across. But true sustainability is everything. Right? It's not big agriculture just destroyed that word, just like they destroyed it with organic, the word organic. But it means something to us.
Right. Absolutely. So Kobe, let's dive in there a little bit more, for those people who won't be fortunate enough to go to the conference this weekend. Talk to me about your talk.
We'll be talking food, farming, and microbes. Those are kind of my favorite things. I like farming and being outside. Some days you don't love farming as much, but that's when it's like 110. And yeah, that's part of farming though. So, and food, I actually brought some of my fermented hot sauces for people to try.
I will.
And then we'll talk microbes and how that plays into both food and in farming. So that'll be fun, and we'll pass some stuff around. And I'm kind of the vegetable grower who then became a cannabis grower. I grow a little cannabis with all my vegetables, kind of thing. So.
Oh, how fun. How fun. I would love to smoke it.
There it is right there. No segregation in agriculture.
Yep.
No.
Boom, right there.
Oh, I bet it's just happy bud. Oh man. Well, that's incredible. So Kobe, what do you think the biggest misconception is about sustainability? You know, it's such a hot word right now. It's very, valuable word.
Well, definitely. Yeah. Being in professional vegetable cultivation for about 10 years now is like, you hear organic and you hear this and you hear that. And I worked on organic farms and I did that. And all these practices I looked at and went, well, that's not sustainable. That's definitely not regenerative. Like we're just buying and shipping stuff. And it just never made sense to me. And so that idea of sustainability and even more so regenerative, because we've taken the planet so far, like we can't sustain anymore. We've got to actually like flip it around and get things moving the other direction, at least in plots of cannabis, in plots of veggies, like get these little, we'll eventually get the regenerative mycelial network connected, but little by little for now. I think that's a lot of these words that people throw around or that companies take and use, really just kind of lessens the importance of them and the value of the term itself. And so I think people now even are shifting from like using the word sustainable, because now we realize, yeah, we got to do more. Let's get regenerative. Let's keep the cycles looped and closed on our farms.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited. I can't wait to meet you, and I can't wait to meet you too, Patrick, at the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference this weekend in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. You'll be there with the experts. And if you can't be there, hop on the comments. Comments are open on YouTube. If you have questions that you'd like to ask, either Kobe or Patrick or Ben Morgan Dillon, or I'm sure Wendy is still in the studio somewhere and you can grab her. But the comments are open. And then in 2 weeks, of course, we have our workshop, the Calling All Growers workshop, where you get to have real interaction with the experts, ask all the questions, learn techniques that you can then employ for, happier grow yourself. We will have an exclusive interview with Jim Belushi airing during that workshop. So get online and make sure that you register for that. So coming up on Calling All Growers, there's going to be a pop quiz for a t-shirt giveaway. So don't go anywhere. And you're also going to not want to miss this product showcase coming up. It's with Kyle Moffitt of STEM Cultivation Systems. He's going to show us all about STEM cultivation systems. So stay with us and we'll see you after the break.
Oh, hi. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and I was just watering our fake plants in the studio here outside of Boston. You see, when it comes to growing things, leave me out of it. I'll leave it to the experts. And we all know the real superstars of the cannabis industry are the growers. Well, there's a Supernatural Organic Growers Conference that's coming to Massachusetts here in early February. That's right. This coincides with our new growing initiative here at the network for the cannabis industry. You see, the new year of 2022 brings growth to Pro Cannabis Media, literally, and in our programming. Our new live show is called Calling All Growers with High Times TV personality Liz Grow and Skunk Magazine editor and Humboldt native Wendy Kornberg. That's right, that live show debuts Wednesday, February 9th here at the network. And amazingly enough, the conference for growers, the first one ever, bringing in people from Humboldt County and the Emerald Triangle all the way to the East Coast to Massachusetts, is in Sturbridge, February 11th, 12th and 13th. And yes, Liz Grow and Wendy will both be at that conference as well. Some of the most well-known growers from Humboldt County in California head east for the first time with their stories and experiences from that Emerald Triangle. Massachusetts' own Acadia Farms' Ben Morgan Dillon will be one of the featured speakers at this year's conference at the Sturbridge Conference Center that Friday, 11th through the 13th at 8 a.m. So for more information, log on to organiccultivators.net for info and tickets. So grow with PCM TV and the Supernatural Conference, will ya?
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Hi, my name's Tai Chang. I'm the president and founder of Aloha Green Apothecary in Hawaii. We're a vertically integrated medical cannabis company with 3 dispensaries, 1 extraction lab, and 1 cultivation center near the North Shore of Oahu. We have over 150 employees now, and we've been working with Adaptive HR to meet our human resource needs. We're super excited to work with them as we expand, and we've grown at least 2-3 times over the last 2 years. So we look forward to a good relationship with Adaptive, and come visit us in Hawaii anytime. Aloha.
Want to learn from the best growers? Sign up for our Growers webinar in exactly 2 weeks. Go to procannabismedia.com and sign up today.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Calling All Growers. I'm your host, Liz Grow, and I am here with an all-star cast of growers for our very first episode. I'm with Guy Kobe of Organic Sellers. I'm with Wendy Kornberg of Cannabis, Full Sun Farms in Humboldt. Thank you very much. 2nd generation farmer. And then Patrick King, the soil king, essentially, who's been in cultivation, agriculture, I should say, for 35 years in all parts of it. And now joining us, we've got Kyle Moffitt of STEM Cultivation Systems. Kyle, welcome to Calling All Growers.
Thank you, Liz. It's great to be here. Appreciate it.
So we are here. You are our very first product feature spotlight.
I don't know if that's right or wrong, but I'm glad I'm here.
I'm really excited. I'm excited to. So tell us about STEM Cultivation.
Sure. So STEM Cultivation, science, technology, engineering, math. That is the reason why we have branded that way. So we're coming at this in a completely different aspect in terms of growing. So what we're doing is building platforms so that these amazing growers, if they want to scale up, they have an ability to do so without really changing any of their known techniques, right? So we're not asking them to do anything differently, but by using our system, it provides a level of efficiency that we think is the way forward. We talk about sustainability and efficiency, but we actually have the numbers behind that because we think that is, that's a term that's being thrown around, but not quite sure that we've really gotten the stats behind what is current and where we need to go. So we're trying to help develop that that conversation and basically allow for growers with this amazing skill set to basically just do what they do now, but hopefully in a much more sustainable way.
So can you talk a little bit more about how you're doing it in a more sustainable way?
Sure. So we are a hydroponic system, a recirculating hydroponic system that can support organic nutrients. And it's really just a very basic system. And we're taking advantage of what plants do when you put them in certain situations. And mainly, we're exploiting this concept of gravitropism. What is that? And that is when, if you make a plant start growing out vertically, it will naturally turn itself up. And that's something that you'll see anywhere in nature. Trees do it, anything does it. And why does that matter? Because it allows us to make vertical canopies that then allow us to make a lot of high quality product in a very small space. It also allows us to bring the lights to the canopy way closer, which means you can dim the lights because there's some physics involved, and there's an inverse square law thing. And again, STEM, we're nerds. What can we say? But we're taking advantage of these things so that you can use less power, use less water, use less nutrients, et cetera, but still not sacrifice any quality. And I'll give you an example of the kind of things that we're seeing. For instance, so you can see behind me, this is one of our grow rooms, and this is about 340 square feet, takes up about 340 square feet. And it's a self-contained unit. So it's a precise environment. And I'm on site here in Oklahoma, helping put up our second box. So we just are finishing our first grow in this box, and some amazing things. So we haven't weighed it yet because we're still in that process, but we're expecting above 80 pounds dry. Our record so far is 92 pounds dry in that space. But more importantly, I think, are the stats around sustainability. So for instance, in this grow, we've used less than 1 gallon per plant per week of water. We've also used less than $100 worth of nutrients to produce this much. And without doing anything, there's no potion, there's no magic. It's just putting plants in a physical condition that allows you to maximize the amount you can make in a given space. And then these downstream kind of ancillary effects that further increase the efficiency and sustainability of the system.
Mm-hmm. And what are you finding with the quality and potency of the product?
So there's nothing weird. I think the question would be, what's the difference between hydroponic and soil-based grows, right? Because we're not doing anything different from so if you believe that hydroponics offers something similar to soil, and I'm not here to, I don't have a dog in that hunt. I'll smoke anything, I don't care. But to the extent that hydroponics can offer that same level of quality, that's what you're going to get in this system.
Right. And some growers just prefer hydroponics. It's kind of their jam. The pH levels and it feels a lot more clinical, right, than soil farming, and regenerative farming, obviously. But a lot of growers do that and do it, for many reasons, space being one of them. How big is your footprint, Kyle?
So it's the entire box is about 340 square feet.
Okay.
But we have, but within that, we can put over 480 square feet of canopy. And so again, the size of the plants that we're growing and all that's we're not doing anything huge there, right? But these are normally grown plants of normal size and hopefully a higher quality. But it's just how efficiently can you do it, right? So the question is not how much can you grow, it's what's the least amount of electricity, what's the least amount of water, what's the least amount of labor that you need to get a given result.
Great, absolutely. So how can people find you, and speak with you?
Sure. So you can go to STEM Cultivation, STEMCULTIVATION.com. I say that a lot, so I can remember. But the first time I had to say it, I was like, but you can go to stemcultivation.com. You can contact me directly at kyle@stemcultivation.com. And we have our own YouTube channel. Which is just Stem Cultivation. You can see a lot of videos there. We have an Instagram, just at Stem Cultivation. So that's where we post a lot of our media. But it's very easy to get a hold of us if you want to.
Awesome. And will you be at any conferences anytime soon where
Yeah,
people can meet in person?
Yeah, well, I'm going to try to get out to Sturbridge, but I don't know if I'll be able to get out of Oklahoma, Smokelahoma, as they say. But we are going to be at NECANN in Boston in March. We will be we'll have a booth there, and you'll actually be able to see a section of our box, so you can kind of see what the magic is inside. So we're excited.
Oh, that's very cool. Well, very cool. It was so great to meet you. I'm really thrilled that you were our first featured product on Calling All Growers, a show about tips, tricks, secrets of the growers game. So before we wrap up, I just want to remind everybody of the giveaway that's happening, the PCM t-shirt giveaway. Make sure to email your answers to the questions to info@procannabismedia.com. And I also want to remind everybody about the workshops in 2 weeks. Calling All Growers isn't just a series about interviewing growers. It's about interacting with growers helping growers, learning from each other and learning from the best. And so in 2 weeks' time, we will have our very first growers workshop. That workshop is free. We only ask that you register on Pro Cannabis Media. And we're going to have an exclusive interview with Jim Belushi of Belushi Farms airing for that workshop. And then we're going to get in and talk to the experts about regenerative farming practices, beyond organic. And so that's what's happening with the workshop. I am just so grateful to my co-host for today, Miss Wendy Kornberg of Humboldt, second generation cultivator. Wendy, can you just do this all the time? Could you just do this every show?
Yeah, we could do this 24/7, right? And never get tired, never have anything to not talk about.
No, absolutely. Oh my gosh. And Kobe guy of Cellar Door Collective. I just totally spaced and I was like, organic heirloom, Cellar Door
Sounds
Collective.
good to me.
I mean, that's what
Branding.
Yeah, right. Cellar Door Collective, so important. I can't wait to hear you speak this weekend at the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference. And I just can't wait to meet you and high five. Hopefully you'll save me some of your hot sauce.
You should have some.
Okay, so his hot sauce, I kid you not, has caused fist fights. Not quite fist fights, got close. It got almost to blows. It's amazing. It's probably, it's not probably, it's the best hot sauce I've ever had. So when he said he was bringing it to share with everybody, I'm like, it may or may not disappear off the table on accident. I won't know what happened to it. Don't blame me.
You're gonna have to hide it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll have cameras rolling, so we'll have to check the tapes. And Patrick King, the Soil King. It was just so great to be able to chat with you tonight, sir. And I can't wait to hear this Outlaws panel. I'm just going to sit and soak it all in, just gratefully learning and, being among the people who are teaching, the techniques, educating the educators, and the next generation of growers, sustainable practices so that we have an earth to continue to grow on. I think that sounds like that's the whole point of it. So Wendy, can you tell people again how they can register for the conference this weekend?
Yeah, so it's February 11th, 12th, and 13th in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. We do not have an online version of this time. This is the inaugural conference. So, adding that level of technology to it was just way more than I was willing to take on. And so it's got to be live this time. We will be recording it and hopefully releasing clips and things after the show. but you can go to organiccultivators.net. You can still pick up tickets. And they did actually just yesterday tell us that they upgraded us to a larger conference room just in case. So we'll have some tickets available at the door. So if you decide you want to come last minute, come on down.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to be there with everyone. And, I do want to announce really quickly a little sneak peek into our guest for March, our Calling All Growers guest in March. The second week of March is going to be Ed Rosenthal, the guru of ganja himself. And so I am just I feel like I'm just riding high into life. I'm going to the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference. I'm going to meet, the best of the organic cultivation from the West Coast, teaching on the East Coast. I'm going to meet so many East Coast cultivators. And I'm just really grateful. We're grateful for you all for sharing your wisdom and knowledge and support of, on this show, Calling All Growers, and to other growers and being educators. Because really what it does is it expands the reach of the plant across the planet. And as someone for whom this plant has saved, I am just completely grateful and in awe and in love with all of you educators and all of you growers. Calling All Growers is produced by Pro Cannabis Media and Grow House Media with generous support from our sponsors. I'll see you at the Supernatural Organic Cultivators Conference this weekend in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. And then in 2 weeks, we've got our workshop happening. Register online. I'm Liz Grow, and I'm calling all growers. Okay? I'll see you next time.
Oh, hi. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, and I was just watering our fake plants in the studio here outside of Boston. You see, when it comes to growing things, leave me out of it. I'll leave it to the experts. And we all know the real superstars of the cannabis industry are the growers. Well, there's a Supernatural Organic Growers Conference that's coming to Massachusetts here in early February. That's right, this coincides with our new growing initiative here at the network for the cannabis industry. You see, the new year of 2022 brings growth to Pro Cannabis Media, literally, and in our programming. Our new live show is called Calling All Growers with High Times TV personality Liz Grow and Skunk Magazine editor and Humboldt native Wendy Kornberg. That's right, that live show debuts Wednesday, February 9th here at the network. And amazingly enough, the conference for growers, the first one ever, bringing in people from Humboldt County and the Emerald Triangle all the way to the East Coast to Massachusetts, is in Sturbridge, February 11th, 12th, and 13th. And yes, Liz Grow and Wendy will both be at that conference as well. Some of the most well-known growers from Humboldt County in California head east for the first time with their stories and experiences from that Emerald Triangle. Massachusetts' own Acadia Farms' Ben Morgan Dillon will be one of the featured speakers at this year's conference at the Sturbridge Conference Center that Friday, 11th through the 13th at 8 a.m.
So for more information, log on to organiccultivators.net for info and tickets. So grow with PCM TV and the Supernatural Conference, will ya?
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, You want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Hi, my name's Tai Chang. I'm the president and founder of Aloha Green Apothecary in Hawaii. We're a vertically integrated medical cannabis company with 3 dispensaries, 1 extraction lab, and 1 cultivation center near the North Shore of Oahu. We have over 150 employees now, and we've been working with Adaptive HR to meet our human resource needs. We're super excited to work with them as we expand, and we've grown at least 2-3 times over the last 2 years. So we look forward to a good relationship with Adaptive, and come visit us in Hawaii anytime. Aloha.
I'm a fan. That's Liz Grow, Pro Cannabis Media's newest show host for a new show, Calling All Growers with Liz Grow. Liz is a High Times TV personality who'll be joining our talk show program starting in February.
I picture a company that stands the test of time.
Stopping at nothing to meet the people who are growing this plant generation after generation.
Calling All Growers will be more than just another interview and talk show, especially if you subscribe to the Calling All Growers workshop and webinar. That's 2 weeks after the live talk show on the same growing network, Pro Cannabis Media and PCM TV.
This is a show about interviewing the top growers in the game. It's a platform where they can share tips, tricks, and secrets for those growers coming up. Cultivators are some of my favorite people in the world, and I can't wait to talk to some of these growers.
It all starts on Wednesday, February 9th, live at 8 p.m. Eastern on PCM TV, on Roku, Apple, and ProCannabisMedia.com. Subscription-only workshops 2 weeks later on the 23rd. Sign up today to hold your spot.
What's your favorite strain?
Free. If you're a grower or interested in learning more, tune in or...
You're missing out. Calling All Growers with Liz Grow.
Calling All Growers with Liz Grow is supported by the Grow Kit from stylelighting.shop, Adaptive HR, built for your cannabis business, Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first, by Accounting Buds, your accountant in cannabis, and by Salient Video Surveillance Systems for today and tomorrow's security. Want to learn from the best growers? Sign up for our Growers webinar in exactly 2 weeks. Go to ProCannabisMedia.com and sign up today.